if I ask about your poker background to get things started? Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I saw you were going through there. Now I am.
Yep.
Where we? Is our audio going out yet?
Oh, well. Welcome, everybody. Thank you all so much for joining us. And, and apparently our camera has a little bit of an issue here. Apologize for that. I'll see what I can come up with there and see if we can work that out. But you've got Tiny, Jason here, and got Chris Larkin with us as we get going here. And Chris is going to tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got going in this poker thing and all that kind of jazz.
Yeah, we got it in chat. Who's just got his poker background? I'm not that much of a background, but for those in the chat, I'm also Dude Maestro in the chat. Name's Chris Larkin, and essentially I was an online player a couple decades back when everyone else was in the boom, and really took a lot of time off, raised the family, and just got into live poker around spring last year. So it's been not even hit a year on live poker front yet. Primarily tourney player.
Okay.
Very regular here. Occasionally a couple other places. I tend to do the circuits and things like that. And
well, it looks like we're getting ready to go here. A few more seconds.
Got Asian sensation popping in here doing something. Are we fixing the camera here?
Oh, there we go.
There we are.
Much better. Thank you, sir. All right. Well, let's get us over to the table. Full screen here.
Yeah, they don't need to see us.
Yeah, there we go.
All right. So how do you find the
So we got some new folks here at our live stream table tonight, which is really great. And we will get things going here in just a second. I think we are just a few seconds away from getting our first deal. At Kara in the box. Everybody loves Kara.
Kara's a great dealer.
Yes, she is. I've mentioned this before. I've known Kara for a number of years. She used to deal some private games that I was a part of, and just absolutely got to know her. And her and her husband are both really great people, and I'm really glad to know them.
Yeah, I took a peek out at this lineup, and a handful of them, maybe about half the table, but a couple of them I've only played tourneys with. Haven't really watched their cash play. So.
Oh, okay.
And then there's another 2 or 3 that I have put in a little bit of cash time with, but it'll be interesting to see what kind of dynamics we get here in this game.
Yeah. See, Eric Anderson, our Stream Live manager, is in the chat. Good to see you, Eric. Glad you could come out and...
Yeah, no points for him.
No points for you. Oh, my. So I think they're just getting some last-minute logistics worked out here.
Yeah,
at the table.
Standing out there, that's me. So and Eddie.
There's Eddie. So I think we're real close.
There's the thumbs up.
So we get things kicked off here. Scott, good to see you in the chat. I know we've got Poker Monkey, and I saw Captain Underpairs in there. So we got a bunch of our regulars. CMJ, always good to have you guys.
Yeah,
really appreciate you coming in early.
A few of those guys made it to the Chat Pro meetup game yesterday.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It was yesterday, right?
Yeah, that was yesterday. Yeah, that's right.
So,
yeah, and I see somebody mentioned Poker Ski. Poker Ski is in the room. I think he's an alternate on the list at this point. I'm not sure because we don't, we're not keeping up with it. We're seeing it as you guys are seeing it, so a little behind here. Well, it looks like Monty's going to kick things off here with a raise to 20 from the old King Queen offsuit. Well, Pablo comes along with Jack 5 from the button. It's going to play position there, I guess.
Yeah, we'll watch to see if that's his MO there or not.
Well, Monty does flop the best of it here. Let's get a little bit of that table audio here. You guys can follow along with them.
I'd say I've got a question about yesterday's meetup game. It was a lot of fun. We had some cupcakes, cake.
Yeah.
We were splashing the pot with what, lottery tickets, decks of cards,
Right.
just whatever the people who arrived wanted to splash the pot with. We had
Awesome.
a lot of fun, a lot of gamble on the dealer changes.
Oh, good. Yep. I came back for a little while. Unfortunately, I could not stay for the game, but it's good to see everybody and hang out for a few minutes.
Yeah, we had.
It's always a good crowd. Yeah, PM says it's always have fun. I agree. Such a good bunch of folks that are part of our regular chats here.
Yeah, we mixed in some PLO bomb pots, some flips.
Oh, good.
and
Yeah.
some crazy pineapple for an entire orbit.
Oh, there you go. That works. So on the live stream here, we won't be doing bomb pots between dealer changes. And our straddles are going to be, like they normally would be, just under the gun and forward from there. We do not do the button straddle for our live stream. Yeah, it looks like we're having a little bit of a camera issue here.
No, that's usually an action tracker driven thing.
Yeah. I'm going to look into that here to see if we can figure out what's going on with that.
I'm kidding.
I can't help myself.
I'm kidding. You're good.
How's the table audio volume?
I'm playing Titan Hero.
4 makes it 15. 5 falls. 6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds. 9 folds. 1 fold. 3 folds. Yep.
They haven't played one yet.
3 players. 2, 3, 4 first hitter.
All right, three-way action at the flop and
Check, check.
paired board. And, a bit of an action killer board with these holdings.
9 makes it 20. Fold, fold. I haven't, sorry. I just kind of threw it all together. Apologize. Thank you.
100% win, baby. 100%.
So, how's everybody's weekend? You know we can all talk online, right? We can. Oh, sorry, honey.
All right, Monty with the 8-9 of spades. I was like 8-9 suited.
Under the gun, see what he does.
Yeah, let's see what he does under the gun here. I raises to 20 again. I mean, if you're going to play it, you got to raise it, right?
Yeah, that's a good 10x raise. No straddle in play that I saw.
Yeah. Well, you know how they play here in Texas. Everything's always a little bigger. This game will probably play more like a typical 2-5 kind of game. If things get wild, it'll get bigger than that.
I got wow. This
40? 5 times 40.
this could get interesting.
Yeah. We got tons of draw possibilities here.
7 falls, 8 falls. 9 folds. Heads up.
Ah, there it is.
And there's the ace. Yeah, the ace holdings folded.
5 makes 45.
Very nice.
That's it.
Monty just using the aggression of the pre-flop aggressor and following through,
Right.
taking that one down.
Oh, you didn't say
He's
it. Just kidding.
spent a lot of tourney time with him. A very solid player.
Okay.
He's one of those that I don't think I've ever played with Cash, but see him in a lot of tournaments, a lot of deep runs.
What's this in 8 minutes? 2 hours, 18 minutes, 4 hours, 28, 2 hours, 20. Thank you.
I think we're still getting the camera issue resolved here.
Yep.
So.
We got our best tech support guys working on the camera issue right now.
Two, can I have your cards in the box, please?
Yeah, so forgive us, everyone, with a little bit of distraction.
Did you get his cards? Okay. 2 losers.
Casey's got pocket kings here.
3, 4. Everybody folds.
Yeah, it looks like 3-bet's going to take that one down.
Sorry.
Okay, so we might have just a slight interruption here as we reset this camera situation, just so you guys know. And we are going to get that taken care of as quick as we can and get things reset for you all. Make sure that we got the camera switching running correctly. May take it just a minute to do that. Apologize for the interruption here. Appreciate your patience here. You know, sometimes these, even though we tested everything, sometimes things get just a little wonky as we get going.
That's a good time to gamble your points in the chat.
There you go. That's exactly right.
Or let's see here. What is today's Monday? So what do we got coming up? Got a Crazy Pineapple tournament tomorrow, I believe.
That's right. Crazy Pineapple tomorrow.
And then Katie's game on Wednesday.
Katie's game on Wednesday. And I'm telling you, if you guys are in a, if you guys want to play one of the best tournaments around, then make sure that you get that Wednesday tournament here. $100 buy-in, usually over 200 people in.
Pushing 250.
Yeah, and it's always just been fantastic.
Yeah, it's a huge multiplier, great tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you can win. I think, what was it last week? Like $5,000.
$5,000 the last two have paid $5,000.
Yeah, $5,000 for first place for a $100 buy-in. I mean, come on. How do you beat that?
It's just a lot of fun on that one. And then we got a deep stack on Thursday.
Deep stack on Thursday. That's right.
I think Friday is the bounty. I'm
Friday
usually taking that day off.
Yeah.
Personally, it's just my schedule.
Let's see here. Let me pull that up here real quick. Let me make sure we get those numbers right.
Looks like we're back to the countdown on the video.
Yeah, so we're going to have a slight delay here. And as we get back through this, yeah, now we're seeing those. Yeah, we get it all cycling correctly now. So that's great. So thank you to Eric, our wonderful stream manager, for helping us out there. Things are coming back online here. Again, apologize for the delay of things, but we want to get this right. Want to make sure that it's the way it should be.
And then we'll get ourselves focused on the action and see what's going on out there.
Yeah. All right.
once this is all done, maybe throw a few extra points at the people.
Yeah, I
who
think
stuck
we're
with us through
definitely
this.
going to.
Yeah.
Yeah, we give everybody a big points boost here for hanging out with us during this situation here as we got that going. So let me do that while we run this countdown here. Yeah, so let me pull up this camera here, just so we have a chance to see you guys and talk to you, let you know that we are here. Yeah,
Got me
we
gambling my
are
points on
definitely
my
here.
phone.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
So let me open up our dashboard here.
Oh, I rolled a 16. Give me a break.
Yep.
Looks like Streamline is being pretty brutal. I see a lot of losing rolls on
Oh
there.
no, yeah, that's no fun. Okay. So let's take a look here.
I guess we've got this part going. We've got the chat up and going. I guess if there's any questions we can answer in the next 10 minutes, might as well do that.
Right, absolutely.
So fire away. Oh, yeah. Tiny's going to the loyalty screen. Here come the points.
All right. Everybody's going to get 10,000
Thank you.
points for your patience.
Whoa.
That's a big one. Don't tell Eric.
That's excellent. I just lost 10,000 points.
Okay.
I've been made whole.
There you go. All right. Everybody's got 10,000 points for your patience, so gamble away. We appreciate it. It does take it a minute or two for those to populate through the system, but those should show up for you pretty soon. Goodness. So we were talking about tournaments here, and I was going to pull that up to make sure that we had the right information about those. Let me pull that up just to make sure that we got all the.
Yeah, usually I'm
Correct
pretty
stuff.
sharp on exactly what's happening when, but one of the things after the circuit event this past January, I kind of made a commitment to cash for a little while,
Right.
and I'm only doing a handful of tournaments myself. Wednesdays I'm not missing. That's a no miss, and Saturday's got to hit all the big stuff.
Right. Right. For sure.
And from there, I'm trying to get the cash game going. So
Yeah. So we were talking about Friday. So Saturday's the $300 deep stack.
yeah,
So that's a good one. If you like those deeper games, build up that big prize pool, and that one starts at 6 o'clock. So you can get here. You can run that one
got a
for
long registration
long
period,
registration time.
plenty of
So
time to get here on that one.
yeah,
I ran
plenty of time.
horrendously on that one
Oh, no.
this weekend.
that's not good.
Thankfully, I did make it all back in cash very quickly
Okay.
thereafter, but
Good. Well, just as a reminder for everybody, in case you are in our Dallas area here, this 1-2 stream is open to anybody that wants to play it. You're welcome to come out, and we usually open that up about between 2 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So you can get here. Be sure that you're in the room. You can get your name on that list. It is first come, first serve. So it's always fun to be able to have the players that are regulars here in the room and want to be able to play on the stream. You can do that, and I think that's really cool. I think that's one of the things that makes this special.
that's one of the most unique things out there is all these streams are high dollar, high buy-in.
Right, and they're usually invitation only.
Absolutely.
And I mean, there's some exceptions to that, of course, but usually those initial lineups. Eric's correcting me here. By the way, Saturday starts at 3 p.m. $300 buy-in, 30K stack, 30-minute levels. And it's hard to beat that deal.
And I think registration runs for like 4.5 hours.
Yeah,
on that
like
before it
7
closes.
o'clock or
Yeah,
something.
It's pretty late.
Yeah. So
A
that's
lot of
great.
time to get in that. Which is good. That's just an active poker day. Everyone's all over the place playing all kinds of games on
Right.
Saturdays. So it's always a good one. It gets good turnout. Usually you get a pretty strong field in that one too.
Yeah,
It's
yeah. That's always
Good one
good
to measure
play.
yourself against. Yeah.
Right. And tonight at 6, we have a $100 buy-in tournament. It's also a good one.
I believe that's a 2K guarantee.
Yeah, 2K guarantee. Like I said, the Wednesday one is a $100 buy-in with a 12K guarantee.
And that's underselling it.
Yeah, it is. Like I said, last week it was almost $20,000. Man, you can't beat that deal. It just can't beat that deal.
No, that would be surprising on a weekend.
Yeah,
on
I
a
agree.
Weeknight, that's just unheard of.
Like 230, 240 people come into that thing. It's growing every week. Every week, I've been watching it. It just grows and grows and grows all the time. So you don't want to miss out on that one.
Yeah, I remember when it was 3 tables at most.
Right.
And now you see all the tables are set up, ready to go on that night. Dealers in waiting.
Right.
It goes off without a hitch. It's great. So I think we've got 7 minutes here.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Killing time, people. Any questions?
Ask away.
Yeah. Thoughts on the Super Bowl yesterday?
Yeah.
Favorite commercials?
Yeah, there you go. What's your favorite commercials?
Yeah.
What about you? What was your favorite?
The first one that maybe just absolutely got my attention, laugh out loud, was actually the Breaking Bad one.
I agree. Oh, yeah, that was that was
just fun to
genius.
see.
It was so genius.
Especially the second I realized they were bringing Tuco into it. That was a great moment.
Yeah, seeing Tuco was just so perfect.
Tight.
Tight.
That was excellent. And then I loved the Dodge Ram one. The
Yeah.
premature electrification.
Yes. And I enjoyed the Dunkin' Donuts one with Ben Affleck. That was pretty good too. So there was some good ones yesterday.
I thought they got better as the game went on. I thought early on it was like, I hadn't seen much. The second half was like, okay.
Right. The game was kind of like that too. Second half was much better.
Yeah. There's a lot of screaming about the refs on that one. But,
Well,
from what I saw, I was like, up to then, 11 points scored by the Eagles. That's not going to be
yeah, and you got to think about it this way too. The Chiefs scored every possession in the second half.
Mm-hmm.
So was it the refs? Was it
they
the
were
refs'
wide
fault?
open walk-in touchdowns. They were.
I mean, I don't know. You can't really blame the refs when the Chiefs score on every possession.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's kind of the way I saw it.
Just don't know if you can blame anybody but yourselves in that time.
With no rooting interest, that was how I saw it.
Yeah. So, and of course, being here in Dallas, there's a significant number of non-Philadelphia fans. How's that?
Mm-hmm. That's probably the PC way to word that. Yeah.
Definitely not a lot of Philly fans here in the Dallas area.
I think they caught a bit of flack too for booing Dak on the Walter Payton Award. It's like
that's kind of
this is a humanitarian award here. I'm not sure I'm booing.
Yeah.
If it's the other way around, no. I don't think I'm booing someone from their team.
Right.
In that situation, no.
Yep. Eric Flores asks, "How do I score some Poker House swag for free?" I tell you what, Eric, if you figure that out, you let me know because I don't get any swag either. So, but you're welcome to come by. They do have some really nice hoodies and hats right here. Pick those up right here at the door. Come on by and check those out.
Yeah, it's a little tougher to get the free swag.
It is hard to get free swag.
Early days, it was being given out every now and then.
Yeah, every now and then, I mean, I bet if you made a royal flush, they might give you something for that. I don't know.
Honestly,
I can't hold anybody to that though.
Just be at the room a lot, represent the room a lot.
Right.
You never know.
You never know. That's right.
They used to actually give away T-shirts during Katie's game.
Yeah.
If you want a hand with the K8.
Oh, is that right? Okay, that's right. I do remember that. That was.
Then you got a T-shirt, and then they found out too many people were playing King 8 and winning hands.
I mean, I can't say that I blame them. I would too.
I think they blew their T-shirt budget.
Of course, they don't make T-shirts in my size, so don't call me tiny for nothing.
Nah. Let's see. Either.
So, some comments about our buy-ins here. We do actually purpose, a $500 buy-in for a 1-2 game is that's humongous. That's about as deep as you're ever going to see anywhere.
250 bigs.
Certainly you won't see very many casinos that open it up that big. That's for sure. And we certainly will run 2 5 games and 5 10 games. And there's enough folks that want to do that. There's plenty of tables here, and we certainly do have 2-5 on a fairly regular basis these days. And of course, we stream some 5-10, 25, and 5-5-10 games.
I think the
Those are
streams
games.
have helped that a lot.
Yeah, for sure.
The 2-5 game had trouble getting going for a while, but
Yeah.
it does seem to be fairly regular.
Yeah, fairly regular now.
I see it all the
That's right.
time. It's and if you
Especially
really
on
want
the
to get your gamble
weekends.
on, you just do the double board bomb pot.
Yeah,
tables
there you
anyway.
go. There you go. That's the
gamble
one to
all
play
you
with.
want.
That's right. That's right. The other reason to keep the 1-2 buy-in not more than $500, frankly, is to allow the more casual players to enjoy the game. That's just the reality of it. That's the level that everybody's comfortable in. Most people, want to be able to play the game, and let's be honest, most of us play 1-2. Let's just be square about it. You look around, not just here, but all across the country, most of the tables are 1-2 or 1-3 games, and they'll have, a $200 max or a $300 max. We do let it go to 500 here, which is
And you want
great.
the casual players in your
Right,
game.
and you want people to be able to walk in and play to the game that they're comfortable with. So, yeah. Well, we're almost back to our game here, and be able to catch up on what's been happening with the action and
Might,
stack sizes and all that kind of stuff. I think that they will have made some adjustments on that, so
I would
hopefully we'll catch up to those here
think
in just
so.
a
Looking
minute.
at those numbers, those look like the buy-in numbers over there.
Yeah. That does not. Our stat screen doesn't update until it shows us live, so we don't know. Even though we see stats, we don't see those updated until they're actually live to us. So we don't know what's been happening. So
Yeah, we got the comment here about having a smaller limit once a week on stream, and yeah, that's the same logic as the max buy-in on the 1-2 tables out there. It's
Yep.
keeping it open to everyone
right,
and creating accessibility. There are bigger games.
that's right.
for-
We have
for
plenty
the
of big
established
games.
Players.
Yep, we have plenty of big games, and I've said it many times. I'm so pleased that Poker House Dallas takes the time and the resources, which is a big deal, to stream a 1-2 game. Folks that are just casually watching may not know how much effort it takes, how much money it takes. We have to pay staff people. We have to pay, the card decks alone are $200, and they break, and that's just the reality of it. You can try to be careful with them, and sometimes things happen, and you break a card, and that's tough. So it takes a lot of resources to run these games, and I really appreciate the fact that Poker House makes this accessible. We want people to see this game. We want people to enjoy it and know that they can have fun with it. So here we go,
All right.
catching back up with things. We'll switch the cameras back over to get that full screen for everybody.
Glad we caught it right at the start of a hand too. Perfect.
Okay, it looks like the stack sizes were updated, and so we should be correct now.
I heard straddle was on, so
Okay, just let him in. Let's see. 5, 6 calls, 6 calls, 7 calls, 8 calls. I'm sorry,
James
7
calling with the suited
8
jack.
calls, 9 calls. 1 makes it 30.
Ricky bumping it up with king queen. She's, Let's see if they keep the straddle on regularly or not.
Yeah.
Of course, missed all the conversation, so
Yeah, I don't
they
know.
might have agreed.
Yeah, I
to
don't
it or
know
not.
if they have agreed to it yet or not. We'll see how it goes here.
Looks like we missed most of Kara's down though. So, yeah,
That's unfortunate.
Butcher
That's
standing in wait there. And this flop just missed.
Yeah, not much of anything. Three-handed, that ace makes everybody go, well, I'm not so sure about this now.
Ricky was the pre-flop aggressor and has the position here, so this is a pretty natural bet.
All right, guys, that was
Dry
my
board. I
time.
think he's going to get the folds. Yeah.
Yep. Seems about right.
I'll be over here. I'll let you know.
does not look like the lineup changed.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if
They've
somebody
got the
would
same
come
9
or go.
players on,
Yep.
yeah.
I wasn't sure what was going to happen there. See, Brandon there in seat 8, one of the great floor managers here. I've known Brandon for many, many years. I think if you live in the DFW area and you don't know Brandon and you play poker, I'm not sure where you've been.
Yeah.
Brandon was at the casino up north in Oklahoma, up at Choctaw for a long, and he's just been great here. It's so nice to have him and his experience as a manager here. And I know he was getting off work here a little while ago and said he might stay and play. So I think that's great that he was able to do that.
It does look like we're back to standard 1-2 here.
Yeah. This is one of those weird things. It'll be, pre-flop $20, and the next hand it'll be,
Yeah.
limp and
$20 with a offsuit ace.
Yeah.
Speaking of Brandon.
there you go.
And a 3-bet with the 5-3.
Well, I will tell you this. I've said this many times before again. 5-3 is the best hand in poker. Now, this is the unsuited variety, so obviously it's going to go down some, but 5-3 suited is the best hand in poker, and I will always say that no matter what anybody else says. So there you go.
I think he was
And he shows it.
Yeah.
Oh, my. There you go. Well played. Well played, Pablo. Well played.
I believe I had him on cash table the other day, and I saw a similar move, kind of testing the waters and seeing what the response is.
The other thing that I like about this game is that we do get so many new players here. I was looking at this table, and there's a bunch of these folks that I don't think I've ever played with here.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I think 5 of them I've played,
Yeah, there's several. There's some that I have, but there's some that I haven't played with.
but yeah.
We get a few more hands into it. We'll put some stats up here, kind of see how people are playing.
Got a little bit better ace this time, only
Yeah,
going
there
to
you go.
15 instead of 20.
Right.
And Pablo liking those low
Liking those-
unsuited gappers.
Yeah, little gappers there. That's all right. Now we're gonna have a real hand here. Wadata. The ace king off. Let's see, makes it 45. I think that's a very reasonable raise there. Good 3-bet.
Yeah, and
Ooh,
Texas,
right at-
that might even be considered a small 3-bet.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna get everybody in here though. My goodness. Not sure. how-
I'm very curious to see what Pablo does here on the flop.
yeah.
He's clearly, I think he's either got a master plan here or he's just looking to be live with the low cards.
Right. I think it's your second option here. And looky there.
Wow.
Flops an open ender. Oh. Yeah. I think he's gonna have to bet. What would you do here? I think I'd bet pretty big here. Yeah, $100. I think that's what you have to do here. Even though that's a rainbow board, I don't think you want to mess around here too much.
Yeah, this is one of those spots where I think you could kind of go almost either way, depending
Yeah,
on
that's
how
true.
you're trying to balance your range.
Right.
I don't think you're heavily tilted one way or the
Right.
other on the bet size.
Yeah, and that bet is certainly very polarizing. He's either got it or he's got absolutely nothing when you bet like that.
I mean-
it's one side or the other.
Yeah, the book would say multi-way, you don't have to go as big, but you're going to get a little bit of respect out of that. But when it's on the button and it's been checked to you, you don't always get that respect, especially
That's right.
here.
Exactly. Position doesn't mean a whole lot sometimes in this game.
And now Pablo's in a spot because he's chosen to play this hand.
Yeah. He's putting himself in a real pickle here.
This is something I always question. If you're going to play 6-4 offsuit, you've got to have a flop plan for it, because really, how much better did you expect to hit the flop
Right.
than this?
I mean, did you expect to hit, 6-4 or something? I mean, it's about as good as
That's
it's going to
true,
get
yeah.
here.
This-
Yeah.
this
See,
is
there
as
you
good
go.
as it's getting, so I think you
yeah.
gotta
I think
make the
I think if you're going to do that, you're right, man. You got to go ahead and make these calls, and he's going to have to hope to get lucky here. Not quite.
He's showing it a little bit in the body language here. We'll see.
Yeah. I think What it knows exactly what's going on here.
He
He
was
knows
grinning a little bit. Here it goes.
Yeah, he's going to put another 100 in there and make him say, okay.
No need to bump it up.
Yep.
Say I can get called with this.
Yeah, and that's plenty, you know. That's all he needs to bet.
I'm against 8-6 or 6-4 or
You know,
a weak king.
right,
maybe.
exactly. Oh, no. Is he going to do something goofy here?
He knows, yeah.
Yeah,
He priced himself in, and he can't do anything.
yeah. He's going to have to get real lucky here.
It does happen. Not this
Not
time, though.
this time, no. I think that's going to be that. Yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't have worked for him this time because he was against the ace-king, but I almost think you might have had to check raise that flop if you really wanted to make a play for it
Yeah,
here.
the flop is where you're going to have to do something, and his overall demeanor there was kind of a giveaway.
Yeah,
He kind of played his hand pretty face up there.
yeah, I've got no problem with playing that stuff, but I like to have a plan there.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, Jay, you make a good point. If he's got 6-4, he's got 8-6. That's true. That's very true. So he could be. I think
Yeah,
I think the
the
way he
nine would've
played
hit,
it, though,
yeah.
I think you can kind of discount that he didn't get there. I don't think there's any way he's not firing that river. If he didn't, if he got there, he's going to fire that river.
Definitely would have had to come over the top on the turn instead of just
Yeah,
calling.
yeah. And the turn would have been a raise. I think he'd gone all in. The pot size would have been right.
Especially with the flush coming in, backdoor flush.
Yeah. Up to 61 of you all in the chat. Sure do appreciate you joining us. Please reach over there and smash that like button. It really, really helps out the stream a lot if you do that. I can't even tell you how much it helps. Makes a huge difference. And there he is, and he's
talking it up.
talking about the fact that he had 4-6. Telling Brandon that's what he had.
I think I heard even Brandon saying it could have been an 8-6 there. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think everyone was on the same page in that.
Yeah,
And that's the only problem with playing it that way.
right. It is.
Everyone's on that page.
Everybody knows where you're at. That's why I would check on the river.
That's all right. That's all right.
All right, so as we wrap up this hand, let's pull up some stats here. Let's take a look here at our win-losses here for everybody. So we must have missed a big one early on there. What it does, up 3.
Well, he just won that one we were just watching.
Well, that's
So
right. I guess that's where it
he
all
got a
came
couple
from.
hundred
That's
right
right.
there.
Yeah, that's right. Ricky's up a bunch. James, Dylan. B-Dub's already down a bundle.
Yeah, Brandon ran into something while we were.
Yeah, that's no fun. Let's maybe take a look at some V-Pips real quick here. See who's being real active. Ooh, Pablo and Brandon really being active here.
69.
Granted, it's not a whole lot of
Yeah.
hands yet, but still, that's pretty active.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, very few hands. But
Still.
even then, that means you're getting smacked upside the head with the deck.
Yep.
Yeah, I've done that. Multi-tabling online sometimes can be very revealing in that regard because the stats, of course, regress to the mean,
Yes.
and you know what you are in the long run. But I can look around all the different tables, and some of them will look absurd. Look like the loosest, most aggressive person on one, and the other one looks like I never play a hand.
That's right.
But
Yeah.
it all works out in the end.
In the end, yes, it does. Yes.
In a live stream, you don't get that benefit. You're just seeing a very small sample size. And
Casey just flops the whole world here. And, of course, B-Dub doesn't have a thing, so this isn't going to go anywhere. But,
without some live hearts, you're not getting any
yeah,
action.
that's and I think Casey knows it. He's just checking, hoping that Brandon hits something. And that's not going to happen this hand. So Casey's just going to win a small one here with a huge hand.
He did.
And,
Did he? Okay, he bet 15. I got called by the ace.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
That's about all you're going to get.
That's all you're going to get in that spot. I see Lego joining us in the chat. Lego, I got to tell you, Chris and I were sitting here literally right before we started the stream. We were talking about you and watching that win that you had the other night. A huge win, and just how much fun it was and how crazy that last hour was for you and and Joel, and that final table was just bananas, the ups and downs. So great win for you, Lego.
Yep,
Really,
congrats,
really
Leo,
awesome.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I know he took it easy the next day and just smoked some ribs and watched the Super Bowl.
There you go. I would too. Yeah, Poker Monkey, I agree. He's saying that he doesn't recognize many. We're talking about that too. That there's only a few of these guys that we know and have played with. So that's great.
You got a floor manager, a dealer, attorney regular, and the rest kind of make the rounds on the cash tables. Mostly.
Yeah.
Got some playable starting hands in the mix here.
Right.
And I know Pablo straddled here, but let's not defend with the 6-3 this time. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's not against that much action.
No. Are we gonna get? Now we got the flat call with the queens. With that action, I'm surprised we didn't see a squeeze there.
I think I would have squeezed for sure there.
Yeah, I'd like to get that heads up all day long.
Yeah, me too. I'd have made that $100 all day long. I think that is an important piece of strategy.
I could have gone even bigger myself.
Maybe even 125, 130. Yeah. I think in that situation when you've got the queens, you want to try to bump that up, get rid of a bunch of people as you can.
Did that check around on the flop, the 9-high flop?
It looks like it did.
It's, very passive here. I mean, he is
now he's way
out
behind,
of position,
but still.
but now the ace hits, and you just know against 3 other players you're in trouble.
Yep, that's exactly right. Again, it goes back to why you should be 3-betting and 4-betting that spot for sure.
But you 3-bet that and then C-bet on the 997,
right?
You probably took it down.
Exactly. That's exactly right. You're 100% correct. No doubt about it.
We're getting another mic pretty loud up there. Hearing both sides of the conversation.
Yeah. That's good, though. Like to be able to hear people at the table.
Ricky going for the limp with the Jack-10 under the gun. See what develops. Did get a raise from the 5-deuce.
Not quite 5-3, but
early position. But it was suited.
There you go.
Yeah. Common battle cry.
Well, I think the jacks are going to be kind of dead here. If a jack comes out, we might see a little bit of action here if that last one comes. But it doesn't look like that's going to happen. So looks like the old 5-deuce is in the lead here.
Yeah, I don't know how confident he feels about that.
I can't imagine he likes it very much. Does have some backdoor diamonds there, some straight draws. If those are gone.
No king in play, so
wow.
Some aggression here from someone.
Yeah, if he bets right here, no, he doesn't do it. I think if you it's really tough to do in that situation, but if you bet that deuce, you probably win the hand there. And he just ends up losing it on the river. Nothing you can do. That was whoever's going to bet at it first is going to win that one.
Yeah, that's another one of those out of position. It's like, I guess you're really hoping to smash the flop, because even if you catch the flush, you can't feel great there.
Right.
5 ways with the 5 high.
With
flush.
a 5 high flush, right? Right. Really hard to do something.
It wasn't exactly a board you could really continue with either in that spot. So
That's exactly right.
It was just handcuffed all around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not much
That
you
was
can do.
that weird spot where it wasn't a board he could represent, and even though it connected to him a little bit, it wasn't enough to do anything.
Well, if you're just getting off work, or maybe you've gotten off work and you've had dinner, looking for something to do tonight, come on over. Poker House Dallas. We got a bunch of games running, and there's some bomb pot games running. Of course, a bunch of 1-2 games running, and our live streams running. And so come on out tonight. Get out of those Monday blues.
Yep, no football tonight.
No football tonight. Football's done. It's time for baseball season.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking to see who kind of takes over as a table captain a bit here.
Yeah, I think we.
I don't think, unless we missed it in the part when we were down, I don't think we really picked up who that might be.
Right. Yeah, I think we've had enough hands now. The guys have kind of got a feel for the game, feel for what's happening. So is somebody going to pick up and be the aggressor here and just kind of, as you said, be the table captain?
Yeah.
We got some stacks in there that are big enough to do it now.
He
we'll
might have
have
been
to
trying
see.
it there with the 3-bet and the queen 10. That was,
Yeah, certainly true.
very playable, but he usually see that play a little more from the button.
Right. Got Butch there in the box. We didn't even talk about the fact that, that we switched dealers there. I know you said Kara was heading out,
Yeah,
but love Butch, though. Such a fun guy.
A lot of good dealers here.
Yeah. It's one of the things I just truly love about Poker House is the dealers here. Everybody's so friendly. They all know your name and say hi when you walk in the door.
Mm-hmm.
It's just really great. I can just walk through the room and every dealer will say hello to me and know my name, and I think that's really great.
Yeah, very, very personal.
Yeah.
I like the spaciousness of
I do too.
myself, too.
Yeah,
That's
there's
one
plenty of
the
space
draws.
between the tables. You're not jammed in here. You can walk between the tables. You can have your little drink trays right next to you, and it's not an issue. Super comfortable place to play.
Yeah, that's probably the number one thing I would say. It's very comfortable to be
Yeah.
playing.
Well, we got a bunch of queens going on here. Everybody's trying to play the lady, and we'll see what happens here on this flop. But we don't get a doggone thing here for anybody.
We're getting a lot of misses on these flops.
It's pretty blank here. This is going to be one of those situations, unless something happens here on the turn, that whoever decides they're going to bet at it is probably going to win this hand. I'd be a little surprised if somebody didn't go for it
I'd
here.
like to see Pablo.
Yeah, I was going to say if
there.
Pablo,
He
that
checked
was
it.
Pablo's chance right there to go ahead and get it.
First aggressor gets it.
Yep, I agree. Whoever's going to bet it is going to win this hand.
If you don't, you got a three-way chop.
Somebody calls the 5.
Because it would have been deuces with king, queen.
Right. Yep, I think it's going to be chopping it up. There you go. Ricky and Pablo.
And,
chopped it
and
up.
one guy folded a queen. He's
He's like, oh, why did I fold?
what's going on there? You got to figure there's a naked ace in there or something. But yeah, we're seeing a real lack of post-flop aggression.
Yeah.
I think when it checks around that much, especially getting to the button on the turn, it's kind of one of those standard spots. You're not going to get a lot of respect there, but sometimes you do. Sometimes you get those folds. I actually like Personally, I like doing it the spot before. If you're
Right.
the next to last act there,
Right.
it's already checked around on the flop, and it looks like it's checking through again. Odds are, since the person with position on you checked it on the flop,
Right.
you've got a very good chance of folding him out with a bet, and
That's
then
very
the others
true.
follow suit.
Yeah.
They've already shown they've checked twice, so it's almost more powerful there.
Yeah, I agree.
Don't anyone put that in your notes on me, though.
Dylan coming in here with the. Oh no, he folded.
I might have it.
All right, so here we go. Now we got a
Yeah.
little bit of action. We got some 9s and 8s. We might see a little bit of fun here.
Yeah, the ace jack. We got some playables. If we get a low card flop, would be action.
For sure.
Ace would kill it.
Ace is going to kill the action, but you're right. If we get a bunch of those lower middling cards out here, they're going to.
Oh,
there you go.
golly. Look at that.
Wow, look at that. Monty just smashes that whole thing.
Yeah, that's. And with
Now,
two-
in this
two overs.
situation, now let me ask you this. Multi-way in this situation, do you check or bet there?
Oh, with the ace jack?
Yeah, with the ace jack. I like his check.
Yeah, I don't mind it there.
Yeah, I don't either. I think I would have bet that time.
Yeah, you can't let it check through again.
Right. Right. I agree.
You're bringing in backdoor draws.
Right. Right. Yeah, that's a big raise. Yeah, that's a really big raise.
But that was the plan. So.
It was the plan. I'm not sure that, you hope that somebody's got a decent hand here. Pablo's thinking about it. He's wondering why he didn't bet that turn. Now he's asking himself, does he have the diamond draw? I think that's what Pablo's thinking about.
That, yeah, I'd definitely like to see the fold here. Might be leveling himself into it.
Right. I think he's, in a game like this, you don't want to get into fancy play syndrome. And I think Pablo's wondering if that's if he's being outplayed here. But
Yeah, that's
Simple
okay.
as-
you see that on a lot of streams, but a 1-2 game
No.
is not
Right.
the place for
Right.
it. Fancy play syndrome is going to get you in a lot of trouble. Unless you know the player very well,
right.
you just can't be taking those lines. Oh, he's going for it. And he's getting called here.
Oh boy, he might. I wonder if he's got somewhere he needs to be.
And
No, that's
no
gonna
way
do
you're
it.
not getting called with ace jack.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, now he's gathering up
he
his
picked an
stuff.
aggressive line, which is what we've been looking for.
Right,
He picked
did.
the wrong
I
spot.
got to
sure.
give him credit there, but I think that was maybe a little too much given the action there. But again, maybe he had to go somewhere. He was packing up his stuff, so. Well, looks like we got a seat open. I know we've got a few guys on the list that are here. Hopefully, somebody was able to take that seat. We're on a 15-minute delay, as you know, so we don't know who is filling that seat yet. Although I guess we could maybe stick our head out there and see. But
That'd be cheating.
yeah, that's no fun.
But the honest,
But I bet you that Poker Ski take that spot there. I think he was next up on the list, so let's hope so.
we got Monty and Wadata with decent-sized chip stacks working here. No short stacks.
Yep. I think Pablo was the short stack there.
Yeah, it might be why he was inclined to just take the shot.
Mm-hmm. Could be.
Might have hoped he was against a weaker ace or a jack that he could fold out there, but
Let's see here. What do we got happening here? Well, yeah, we got a good size raise and then a 3-bet. Ricky's doing exactly the right thing, but unfortunately, everybody decided to call. They love to call free flop.
6-4.
And look at there, James just smashes it with the 6-4.
I was going to say, he picked up the slack with the 6-4 also,
Yeah, he did.
and it hit.
Yeah. And honestly, if he bets here, Ricky's not going to be happy about it. He's going to have to just let it go.
But Brandon's got
got a top pair, so he's going to call for sure. Yeah.
The queen kicker, he might be able to keep himself out of trouble here.
Right. I think you're right.
And right now, James is just hoping for no heart to come and keep this all alive.
And Ricky didn't even hesitate to fold that ace-king there.
Yeah, once you got a bet and a call, you know you're behind. There's
Right.
the heart.
That might be a little bit of an action killer on both parties, but James is going to continue after it. I think this is pretty reasonable if he puts in a bet.
He's unblocking the top 2 pair
Right.
now.
Well, and he's
Unfortunately, he's also unblocking the flush draw.
Right, so he's unblocking that flush draw too.
Discipline lay down there.
Yeah, well done.
He's thinking either jack or flush, and 2 pair, bottom 2 pair. They go asking seat 3 to dealer, yes.
Yeah, C3 is Matt.
And there is Poker Ski sitting.
There he is.
Taking seat 9.
Awesome. Good to see Ski in here. Yeah, I heard from him earlier today. He texted me and said, was asking me about the game tonight. That was really nice because I know he's making his way down to Florida right now to move down there and things. And so it's nice to hear from him today.
Yeah, he's a pretty popular player. Got to know him actually playing tournaments elsewhere, but
Yeah,
I know he
yeah,
puts in a
he's
lot
a
of cash
crusher.
time himself.
Yeah, he's a total crusher.
I think the last time he was on this stream, he wrecked the table.
He did. He really did. It was right before they were starting their move, and so I told him afterwards. I said, "Well, that'll pay for the truck." So, yeah. And he sits down and gets Jack 10 suited. I think that's a very reasonable call there. Dylan just woke up with the ace king here. Makes a huge raise to 30. And, of course, what happens? We are in Texas, so he's going to get multiple callers.
Absolutely. So this is a situation where you don't mind that at all.
No, I don't think so. Not with the suited ace king. I think I'm perfectly, especially on that flop. Oh, my goodness. Dylan's just flopped the whole world here. Flush draw, straight draw.
Poker Ski's got a huge piece.
Poker Ski's got a huge piece of it too. So this is we're gonna continue with some money in this pot here.
Yeah, look what you sat down for, Poker Ski.
Yeah, I think he's gonna call this.
Lego in the chat is begging to differ about Poker Ski's beard being better.
I'd
like to see that.
Sure,
back.
I would too. They both have some significant beard action going on. Well, bet and call. I think that's pretty standard here. And that's going to make it really tough. Poker Ski's just taking huge lead on this hand. Dylan still has tons of outs, though. He's still got flush draw and straight draw. This
is tricky.
I don't think it's terribly I think a check would have been okay there too. But it's going to go check bet, and he's gonna bet a big one here. Yeah, he goes all in. Looks like, yeah. I don't know if the equity is right here to make a call with the ace king. I think it's a little thin.
Well, okay. But showing Dylan bet 120, Poker Ski to call. Is it?
Oh, he just called. Oh, yeah, he went all in. Yeah, Poker Ski went all in.
Yeah, it's just not showing that, so we're not seeing the equity
There's
here.
the number.
Okay.
Now
870 in the pot, 330 to call. That's pretty close, actually.
Yeah, you're right. So he's got 9, and so he's got 12.
Flush outs plus the
24.
jacks. Of course, he doesn't realize
24.
one of the
Yeah,
jacks.
he's got. I mean, yeah, percentage-wise, it's right on the money. And then, yep,
Yeah, he needs 3 to 1. He's getting just a hair under that.
getting a hair under 3 to 1. Yep.
And if he thinks all the jacks are live, he probably thinks he doesn't need quite 3 to 1. So that may lean him towards the call. But you got to figure with the shove, the jack is in there.
Yeah, you have to know that you're behind. That you're.
The question is, is that also one of your flush outs? In which case, are you? You can't really count the jack outs at that point because they're just chops.
Right. So those other 3 jacks are basically just a nothing burger. So you're really just, your equity is really just to the flush.
And that shifts it drastically.
I think so,
Now
too.
you're looking more for 4 to 1, and you're
Right.
not getting that.
Right. I think he looks like he's pondering that same thing right now.
I think that's exactly what he's running through.
Yeah. Doug saying, this is Pokerski's first hand. Yep. He just sat down and just flopped the world and made it better.
Yeah, and I haven't
think
played
that's
with Dylan, so I don't know how familiar he is with
Yeah,
Poker Ski.
I don't either.
Or,
But I think that was an excellent lay down by him there.
got no read there. Yeah, you could hear that.
Sits down and just, my goodness, that's well done.
Yeah, and the comment Jack would have given him Broadway.
Right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. It would have been a higher straight.
Yeah,
Sorry,
would have been a higher straight. Yep.
we were talking ourselves in circles there.
Yep.
So that happens when you're announcing sometimes. I caught myself doing that before, where it's like in game you don't miss.
Do you
that.
somebody talking about a clock there? Do you ever call a clock in a cash game?
No.
No. Yeah. It would have to be something really, really out of line for me to call a clock on somebody.
It's tournament. It gets a little dicier in
Yes.
bubble situations and
Yes.
things like that,
Sure.
where you're definitely trying to get a certain number of hands in at a level, but your
Right.
levels aren't going up in cash.
Right.
So if it's a tough spot, it's a tough spot. No one's stalling just
Sure.
to stall.
Well, we got a big one brewing here.
Wow,
This could get really fun.
a queen high flop. That would be disaster.
Yeah, that would be ugly, wouldn't it? Brandon might get all his money back right here. If queen rolls off on this flop, Brandon gets all his money back.
That is not it. Oh my gosh. Once again, the lower unsuited cards are the ones doing it.
Flops an open ender, pairing an open ender. Yeah, he's not
I
going
mean,
anywhere.
yeah, kings are ahead at the moment, but look at the
Ace,
equities on
yeah.
the board, and you'll see that James has actually got the edge here.
Yeah. Now, did P-Dub raise there? Or did he just call? Says he just called. Okay.
Yeah, we only got 240 in the pot, so it didn't get built up much.
Well, and Brandon's now has basically an SPR of 1. I think it's just a jam
Well,
here.
Yeah, getting it heads up here helped,
Yeah. I think he just goes
because
all in here.
multi-way his equities were shifted downward, but now he's
James
got
is
things
gonna
back
looks
on
like
track.
James is gonna be a little aggressive with it here and bet. And yeah, Brandon just instantly goes all in. Yeah, that's what I figured would happen. I'm gonna say it's only another 150 to call, so he might just call it here. Yeah.
I would have preferred the lead in with a little more equity, like an 8-7 diamonds
Yeah,
or something
yeah.
like that.
I think the diamonds would have been
You got
nice.
the pair
but
and the flush draw, or
you have to wonder.
5-7
Yeah,
diamonds.
yeah. Oh, goodness. And he got 2 pair.
Yep.
That one's going to leave a mark.
People who know me and my history, that's how I run with kings.
Yep, happens to me too.
I've proven it over a larger sample size than you would think, but I can win the minimum or lose the maximum with kings. I'm fine with queens and tens and nines, all those.
Yeah.
Kings, nope.
Yep, I hear you.
Disaster.
Goodness.
That's all right. I know one day there's a magical tournament out there where they're all going to hit for me.
That's right.
It's going to be beautiful. Yeah, Lego saying in there. D-Dub plays KK as well as Duke Maestro. Yep.
Yep, you got it, Lego.
Yeah. Other people complain about jacks. I look down at kings and I'm like, oh.
Oh, no. Hey, we're up to 89 viewers today. Sure do appreciate you guys coming by, checking out our show tonight. Got a really good table. Action just picked up here in the last 15, 20 minutes, that's for sure.
And yes, Lego, kings did play much better for you on Saturday. I think a lot of hands played well for you on Saturday.
Yeah.
Just a hunch.
Lean over there and hit that like button for us. We sure would appreciate it. Helps us grow the stream. We'll be able to keep bringing you all these low-stakes games, something a little different that you don't normally see on a stream. We got a bunch of multi-way action here.
And
got all the jacks again. Yeah.
Yeah. And we've gotten a lot of these 4 or 5 way to the flop with 3 people having the same card.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But this case, 2 people have caught the 8 there, and really, it's not bad for a jack 9.
Right.
With the heart in there, or even the jack 10 with the heart.
Right.
I mean,
if somebody makes a big bet here, he's probably going to get a couple of callers here. I think he'll probably end up getting at least, certainly he'll get 1. He'll probably get 2 callers here.
yeah.
I think Ricky's going to fold. Casey might just come along. Let's see. No, he's going to let it go.
I actually
good.
prefer
I
the
think
jack
that's what-
9 over the jack 10 in that
Yeah, me
situation.
too.
With the better blocker for the 8.
Right.
I'd say you remove 9-8 from the possibilities, but 9-8 is one of the hands in play here. But,
Yep.
You do lower those odds.
That's probably going to slow things down here. Maybe not.
Yeah, I think JJ Chuck's behind here, even though he's cutting out a bet. We'll see.
Yeah. I think I might have just checked just for pot control reasons, if nothing else.
He flat called on the flop, so he was already.
You got to think that he's got an 8.
Yeah, and you can't figure your 9 is best kicker up.
Right. Yeah, I think that was the check behind. Of course, if you put him on hearts, then you want to bet. So that may be what was going on. May have been putting him on hearts, and that's that.
Yeah,
Let's take a look here where we're at with wins and losses and stuff. So James up a bunch, Ricky up. Of course, Pokerski just sat down and won a big one. And poor B-Dub lost that ugly one there.
Yeah, and he was already
Yeah,
down a bit, so it's been a little brutal on him.
yeah, that was tough. That was a tough one.
I think he warned us beforehand, didn't he?
He did. Take a look at some V-pips here. So Brandon continuing his aggression. He was up at about 60% when we looked last time, as I recall.
Yeah, the V-pip's high, but he hasn't gone completely crazy with the starting hands.
That's true. That's true. He's been getting some decent hands.
He's mixed in a few more offsuit aces and things like that, which is pretty common at these stakes.
Yep.
Probably
Speaking-
too common at these stakes, but not as egregious as some of the other hands we've been seeing getting into the pots.
There you go. We got an ace-9 and an ace-10. Ricky jumps in there, too, with the king-9. That's a king-9 offsuit for +1. A little ambitious, maybe.
Yeah, that's one of the more dangerous hands in poker. It looks a lot nicer than it is. It's just tough to flop well with King 9 and play it post flop.
Yeah, especially out of position. You know, if it's suited and you're on the button, then you might consider it. I think if you were, it would be a reasonable open if you were on the button for sure if it was suited. But I think out of position, that's a little ambitious.
Yeah.
But that's me. Hey, what do I
And then
know?
you put yourself in this. It's an auto fold to a 3-bet.
Right. Nobody hit anything. I wonder if Matt might just fire at it here and make it a C bet, and that'll be the end of that.
Both have ace high backdoor flush draws. Depending on the price he sets here.
Yeah, I think if I was in his shoes, I would bet at least $50, maybe $55, to try to just take it and be the end of it here. Looks like 50. Certainly puts a lot of pressure on Ski to continue here. Yeah, I think that's what you have to do. And, you know, Matt had the best hand anyway, but still. Well played.
I think he knew he didn't want to call a bet there. He wanted.
Right. Well, because on the turn it's going to get, you're going to have to really smash it. And
Looks like Eddie maybe checking the chip counts there,
yeah, I think he is. Looks like that's
seeing
what
if
he's
they
doing.
look about right.
Yeah. I haven't seen anything out of line.
Yeah, I
don't
think everything we're seeing on screen seems to match the action
I think
we've
it
been
does.
seeing.
Yeah, I think it does.
Queen Jack offsuit. So we've seen him limp hands like that a bit tonight.
Yeah.
Has tended to fold to any aggression coming back at it, though. And that's really the problem with even coming into the pot with those
Right.
out in that position.
Well, especially now, you know, you're going to see JJ here waking up with a big one, and this should be an easy 3-bet here.
Yeah, but the beauty is it raised before that.
Right.
A lot of time raised, so,
Yeah, so
we're going to
this-
get a 3-bet here.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's going to be a good 3-bet.
and
think
that's
I'd-
going to clean up a lot of the table.
It's like 50. Oh, he only went
Oh.
40. I think that's a little small, considering that you've got a. Considering you already had a raise in front of you, I think you definitely want to go bigger there.
It screens kings or aces a lot of the times, though, or I mean, what other hands?
That's true. You could balance
that?
it with these kind of raises. Sure. Brandon in here with the.
You don't see that done very often with weak hands or like the middle pairs and things like that.
Right.
Those tend to get played more aggressively. So I think it really narrows and caps that range a bit.
Brandon with the 10-7 of spades, and whose favorite hand is that? Everybody know? Let's ask the chat. Do you know 10-7 of spades? Whose favorite hand is that? Tell us in the chat if you know. And don't Google it. Come on, don't do that.
And look, the ace high flop because
Yeah, of course. And JJ can't like that against two opponents. Everybody checks, so I think it's reasonable to bet here.
I don't think he needed to go that big though.
Yeah, that was about half pot.
I mean, if you're against an ace or an 8, it's calling any size.
Right.
And almost everything else is going to feel pressured to fold with even a tiny bet here.
That's exactly right.
So you really don't need to risk too much to probe that with the kings or
Looks
any
like,
other hand in that situation.
Looks like Mark Wee was the first person to correctly answer the question. 10-7 of spades is Daniel Negreanu's favorite hand.
Yeah. Finally got to meet Mark yesterday at the meetup game.
Yeah, me too.
How you doing, Mark?
I've seen him around, but we'd never officially met.
I'd heard the legend of Mark Wee.
The legend of Marquis. Not a real chatty table tonight, I've noticed. Last week they were real chatty last week. This week not so much.
I need someone to order a round of drinks for them.
I think so. Yeah, we did have the drinks flowing last week.
That's one thing the high stakes games get right. There's always someone at the table who just orders for everyone.
That's right.
You ever see that sneaky person who will order for everyone and then not drink one themselves?
That's right. That's me. I do that in Vegas.
So sneaky. Get everyone else all lubed up. Keep yourself sharp.
Yeah, Lego, I agree. Oftentimes a small bet accomplishes the same thing as a big bet, and you don't put yourself at risk.
This is another one of those situations where small bets are very effective. Multi-way on a monotone board.
Yeah.
You're
Yep.
going to get very honest responses
Right.
from everyone else.
Right. I don't think anybody can like where this hand is going right now. But James is staying in here. He's got top pair. Well, yeah, on the flop top pair. Nobody has any back doors.
Yeah, Ricky was leading both times.
And,
If he fires a third barrel here, he'll take it.
yeah, I think if Ricky fires at it again, he'll get it for sure.
This is the tough part with it, but if you're going to fire that first two out of position,
Yeah, you got to go for it. There you go. Well played, Ricky. I think James is going to I don't know. He might get sticky here. Let's see. He's got a big stack. He might just call.
it's not a very big bet, but it does smell like value.
Yep. Sometimes when you got that big stack in front of you like that, though, you go, okay, whatever, and just put it in there. And that's what he does.
Call.
Yeah. Good call, James. Good call. He had to look at it. He's like, wait a minute, what does he have?
We've all been there. Do a little double take with the cards.
Absolutely.
Try to replay that hand in your head.
Yeah. I was watching.
Kudos for at least firing the third barrel, though.
Yeah, I was watching one of the other streams the other night, one of the high stakes one, and Mariano was playing, and he made two pair, and the other guy had made a straight. He one card in his hand made him a straight, and he didn't catch it. Mariano turned over two pair, and the other guy mucked his hand. It was Nick Airball, and Nick just mucked his hand, and then somebody said. So, apparently he had pulled it up and somebody saw it and he mucked his hand. And so I said, I think you folded it straight. And he goes, oh, man, I did. And now Mariano and Nick are friends. And so.
Streams are so unforgiving.
Yeah. And so Mariano was nice enough to chop the pot with him. So. Yeah. Or no, I guess he gave him back the last bet is what it was.
You see that sometimes, but yeah, you're not obliged to, and by any respect.
No, Mariano didn't have to do that. I think he did that just because he realized that the guy had made a genuine mistake. But
and it's good for the game.
It is good for the game. It's good for Mariano's reputation as well. He's turned into a monster player. I remember just a few years ago watching his vlogs, and he's playing 1-3 and 2-5, and now he's playing 50-100, and it's like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, see things like that. I'm gonna comment in here. That was really polite moves in the chat. And yeah, it's good to sometimes let the world know that there are good people amongst poker players.
Absolutely.
It's not all the old school image.
Right.
There are actually a lot of good people amongst the poker community.
I think so too.
A lot of very charitable people, a lot of very friendly people.
Yeah, and I think sometimes weird things happen, and all of a sudden you get this little uptick in people complaining about things, and these people are cheating, or whatever happens to be the case. And I think that it is actually pretty extraordinarily rare that kind of thing happens.
Yeah, I think the angle shooters are the exception. And,
there's a handful of
the
those
friendly,
guys.
generous people are more common.
Yeah, absolutely. So Poker Ski in here with his pocket tens, making it 20. Reiki's not going anywhere with King Queen suited, and I think James may come along here with his 8.6, little suited gapper here.
Absolutely.
He's going to be disciplined and lay it down.
I mean, that's one of the better hands multi-way.
Ski's not going to go anywhere. He's trying to contemplate if he wants to 4-bet. And honestly, it would be a good spot to 4-bet. This would be a good squeeze here if he does.
Well, he just saw Ricky make that 3-barrel bluff, too.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there it is. That's a beautiful play by him. That is a perfect squeeze. It really puts a lot of pressure on Ricky now.
This is a spot that I think a lot of people have trouble. This is just a tough spot to be in.
Yeah.
King, queen suited, it looks great, but
when somebody
what are you doing against the 4-bet range?
When you get the 4-bet range, what do you do?
What hands are 4-betting you here that you're good against right now?
Yes, not very many. You have to hope that you get lucky.
And sometimes it's hard to tell when you've gotten lucky on it, too. It's, is the flush lucky or not?
Right. Well, I think PokerSki can actually feel pretty good about this because that's not a flop that, when he calls your 4-bet, that's saying he's got ace king, ace queen, aces or kings, and then he didn't 5-bet you, so you can probably take the aces and kings out of it.
Yeah.
So that feels like ace king.
The jacks,
and so the jack doesn't do anything.
Only thing that really.
Pocket jacks is probably the only thing that you would feel uncomfortable about, but I think you got to feel pretty comfortable with that, and I think that's exactly what PokerSki did here. He understands exactly where he's at in this hand. He knows that Ricky probably would have been a little more aggressive had he had something better than that. Now, if the flop had rolled off with an ace, PokerSki, he has to check. He can't do anything. But when Jack High rolls off, I think this is a perfect spot to go ahead and continue the squeeze because now it looks like that he has kings or aces. So, yeah, PokerSki just played that so well. He's such a tough opponent.
That's just a tough spot with king queens.
It is. It is.
And a tournament player more inclined to fold that.
Yeah, in the tournament situation, I think that's
situation.
way too wide open to call a 4-bet there.
I have to fight that myself a lot as a tournament player first. It's that instinct in the back of my head is screaming it, and sometimes I'm like, no, the equities are a little different here, and I can always add on to my stack, and it's not the end of it.
Right. Yep. Mark, we say in PokerSki is a solid player for sure. He's an overall good dude. I have to agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
He's an overall good dude.
Yeah, I believe we're losing him to another part of the country there.
Yeah, we are. He's unfortunately Ski's heading down to Florida. Now, when I talked to him a few weeks ago about this, he did say that he and his wife do plan to be back here in the Dallas area regularly, but they are going to make Florida their home. We mentioned this before. He will certainly be missed in our poker community. He is so well known.
Very popular. I'll definitely continue to follow him on.
Oh, for sure,
Instagram
follow him
and
on everything. Yeah, for sure, definitely. We're going to be down to having just one really good beard game in our poker community that I know of. Lego's going to have to hold that throne pretty strong now.
He posted some pictures the other day, the last time he shaved it off. It was, what about it, Lego? Keeping the beard?
Yeah, Lego, PokerSki is moving to Florida. Poker Monkey says, we'll get to that in a minute. After this. Oh, yeah. So Poker Monkey says there are poker rooms in Florida at the casinos and at the dog tracks. Interesting little note here, PM. The dog tracks are no more. They have outlawed dog racing in Florida now.
Do they?
So those card rooms do exist, though. I've played at Pebble Beach, not Pebble Beach, Palm Beach Kennel Club before. Although I don't know if it's been renamed. It was still Palm Beach Kennel Club when I played there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a nice poker room there.
Sounds like they're having a loud conversation near the tourney desk or something.
Your analysis is good, sir.
Yeah, that's all through here. Our table mics are linked to the mics over there. Or
No, it's just the two that are at the table. Just the two
they always pick up that area.
yeah, they pick up real well. Yeah. Can maybe back this off just a little bit. We're not having a whole lot of conversations here today, which is kind of a bummer.
Yeah.
Well, James is in here with Queen Deuce. All right, so here's another good. This is a good question. This is another good question for our chat. We'll get to it here. So what poker player Queen Deuce is their favorite hand? Matt here with the Jack 10.
Is the answer a broke poker player?
I'll explain it here in a minute. Well, Matt just makes the turn here. Should just be bet and fold. I doubt James will get out of line here. Anybody know what Queen Deuce? Whose hand is that? All right, so there's a poker pro in Los Angeles who played it live at the bike. Great deal over the years, especially back in the old days, and plays there some now and at Hustler Live. His name's, he goes by Israeli Ron.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Iron, Israeli Ron, Queen Deuce. Actually has Queen Deuce of Spades tattooed on his arm.
That's right. So at least it's a suited variety.
Yes.
That's right. I have seen that before.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, yeah, if Queen Deuce all suits your favorite hand, you're in trouble.
Yeah,
That's why I said it's got to be a brook player.
Yep. Yeah, some of those old LA bike shows with him just destroying people with Queen Deuce.
Hurry up, guys. Fold that money.
A6. You know, it's funny. This is me, but A6, I can't stand it. Now, I might play it suited if I'm in. If it's suited and I'm in late position, I might put some money in there, but I do not like A6.
A6, A7.
It's just it just gets you in trouble so much. Monty here, I'm a little surprised he didn't 3-bet with the pocket sevens there. I think that would have been a good 3-bet spot. I think there the ace just rolls off.
Well, they go saying Queen 3 off, won it for him on Saturday. New favorite hand. Yeah, sure, why not?
There you go.
I know what your least favorite is. Okay, we all know that Kings is my
Yeah,
curse.
that's right.
What's your favorite hand, Tiny?
Oh, my favorite hand is 5-3 suited.
5-3 suited.
That's right.
Mine pocket nines.
Pocket nines. That's a good one.
It's I like it, and it tends to run well for me.
Right.
Definitely performs better than Kings. Well, everyone's got a piece of this, but
I think Ricky's going to bet this. You know, it's funny because if this has gotten this far, he might get a call
yeah,
here
I
from
think
JJ.
you think you got to call it the King Queen.
Yeah, I think Monty's getting.
Because you could see an 8 getting bet there at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Or missed draws. It's taking a stab. But in this particular game, there's a lot of possibilities there.
See, Hayden has joined us in the chat. Good to see you, Hayden. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you're not too worn out from all the moving.
Hayden went with the easy choice here, aces.
Yeah, that's always.
Come on. Too easy.
Well, we got a second here. Let's take a look at some.
It's amazing that rush you can get when you peek down and you see pocket aces. It's
Oh,
great.
yeah.
And that flop comes out 5, 6, 7 of clubs,
Oh,
and you're
it's
like,
the worst.
Then
Right.
you check yours again, and they're both red. So you don't even have the ace of clubs.
Well,
to
James
play.
and Poker Ski are kind of running over it here. Ski came into the game late and has done well already. Matt's still up. Monty's up. Ricky's up. Of course, Brandon's taking a bath right now, but
Yeah,
he can come back in this game. This game's got plenty of action. There's no reason that you can't come back in
well, he
this
just
game.
ran into it with the Kings.
Yeah, he did.
The,
That's just,
7-6.
yeah, there's nothing you can do there.
That was just unfortunate for him. And I don't think we saw whatever he lost that first bit with.
Yeah, I think
he was down when we got the string
right.
back.
Yeah,
up.
we had a little issue there starting out, so we may have missed a big one that Brandon may have had. Got 80 of you in our chat watching tonight. Thank you guys so much again for joining us. I really appreciate it. Love bringing you guys this content. Something different. Don't normally see the 1-2 games on a stream.
Ace-9
Kind of fun.
Hayden saying every time he gets dealt ace-9, he takes a mandatory 20-minute break.
I don't blame you. Well, Ricky just smashing this one. I don't think he's going to get a whole lot of action here. If an ace rolls off, we're going to see some fireworks, but it didn't happen here. I think that's going to be that. If he bets at it, it'll be done. Oh, Casey going to reach out here and try to steal it.
Yeah, with the ace-9 offsuit. We were just
The
talking about
ace-9,
it.
yep. He's going to get some bad news here. Ricky might just put in, I don't know, he might just call just to keep him in here. Yeah, he does. Trying to get a little more in here. See what happens. Put a 9 out there. Nope. Now, do you check or bet here if you're Ricky? Checks. Yeah. He's hoping that the tight player goes ahead and puts some money in there. But,
It's going to work this time, but I think it was a bit of a risk.
I think it was too. It's a pretty good sized bet there. What did you bet? 40? Oh, okay, bet 40. All right.
It'd be a nightmare for
I think
check.
you got to put in a raise here, don't you? Or do you feel uncomfortable with the 8?
The 8 would give me reason to just call.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. Casey's like, oops. Got to give him a lot of credit, though. That was a lot of heart to go ahead and put that bet out there, even though it wasn't a big bet.
I mean, if
he's doing it with total air,
yeah,
so
if you tried to raise that up there, though, then you're asking for only calls from better kings.
Right, that's true.
And other cooler hands.
Right. Yeah, you would hate to put in a raise there, and then he, jam over the top of you and just kind of swallow your shoes there. That happens. Yeah. Well, Shannon, thank you so much for joining us, watching from Toronto. Toronto's a great town. Been up there several times over the years.
What is it? Oh, you got top right.
I don't think they realize how loud they are there.
Yep. It's all right.
I'll take that down low on that.
Yeah, we're fine. Yeah. It is YouTube, so we're okay. We try to be as friendly as possible, but it's hard to be family friendly when you're
a poker stream
when you're poker stream to begin with. I don't think this meets the kid-friendly criteria of YouTube.
I mean, a lot of times we keep it in that vein, but every now and then you're going to hear something on the table.
Yeah, that's true.
We are not immune from emotions when that river spikes.
Well, you know what, Hayden, here after this hand, we'll talk about that. Ace-7, yeah, Casey's flopped the world this time. We got a couple of guys with 8s, so we could see a little more action here. JJ going to get a little frisky here and call. Oh, Brandon, here we go. Calling with the 8-3. I hate 8-3. That's just me. Again, I will not play it. Oh. And here, what did I just say? I don't like to play 8-3, and then that happens. Oh, my goodness. Poor Casey. He's going to lose a big one here.
Also, his 7 got
his 7 got counterfeited.
Well, so.
Yeah, you can't like that. Because what is Brandon calling with? An 8? So, yeah.
It's likely a better ace or an 8.
Right, and that's exactly where he's at with it now. So I think Casey can shut this one down here. Let's see what happens. Yeah, I mean, he's chopping it best, and I think Casey knows that he checked, and yeah, it went check. Yeah.
Say queen actually a reasonable card there for him. It gives him a kicker to play.
Yeah, it does. So, Well, for all of you in the chat here, let's give everybody some points to play with. You guys have been so patient, so great tonight. Give everybody 1,000 points.
Oh, yeah. I got to make sure I'm live and logged in when you do that stuff.
There you go. Yeah, I'm not sure that I'm live, even though I got plenty of points, so I got a couple million, so I'm not too worried about it.
Oh, yeah. You're doing better than mine. I know some people like to do the point thing even while they're playing. I don't do that. I do that if I'm actually just chilling and watching the stream.
Eddie says the guy running the action tracker is the bomb. Yeah, I think so too. That's a pretty good dude running that action tracker tonight.
I'm getting close to 1 million. Check that out. Let's gamble some of that.
All right, let's do that here while we catch this next hand here. All right, Casey in here. Let's see, did he put any money in? I guess. Yeah, no, he did not. Okay. We're going to just let this one limp around here. You know what? I think this might be the first limp pot we've had tonight, which is kind of shocking.
Queen
Ricky,
8.
Ricky
Wow.
getting the best of it here with that ambitious Queen 8. And he made a whole $4. Well, good for him.
We have seen him play pretty much a wide open range from under the gun.
That's true. He has. He's not been afraid to play almost any 2 cards.
He has limped them a bit, but we're not seeing him get regularly punished for it. So he's got really no reason to deter from that. I think if I saw that too much more, though, I'd be coming over the top a lot wider. We got pocket aces.
Oh boy, Dylan can get some of his stack back here.
Yeah.
He lost a pretty good one there earlier today.
He's not getting a whole lot to battle with here.
Ski's going to come in with his deuces. See if those ducks can hold up. If he were to hit a set here, man, that'd just be ugly.
It's going to be tough to find any kind of scenario where Dylan really gets paid.
Yeah,
Sort of a
yeah.
10 high flop.
Yeah,
That's
10
about it.
maybe, yeah. I don't think that Jack 5-6 is going to do it.
Yeah, I'm struggling to come up with flops that were going to work out well for Dylan as far as just getting value.
Yeah, I think this bet's going to do it. Basically makes a pot size bet. Yeah. Poker Ski said he had Dylan out pipped by 1.
Yeah. That's right.
That's true. Dylan did have the 1s, and Ski had the 2s. Good for him.
I guess that means he showed it. I wasn't looking at that part.
Yeah, I think he did.
I haven't paid very close attention to who's been showing and who's been mucking. Where the free information's coming from. Sometimes you see that more frequently at the 1-2. I figure on a live stream they're going to see them eventually anyway sometimes.
Right. Well, if you're sitting around at home this evening looking for something to do, come on over to Poker House Dallas. We're right off of 35 on Regal Road. Can't miss it. Plenty of games running this evening. Might even get your name on the stream list. Yeah, if somebody busts out and decides not to play, you might get a seat. Come on over.
All right. See some clubs. I don't know, but we did catch some pairs.
Dylan going to go ahead and take the lead here. Or, I'm sorry, James is going to take the lead with his 3 deuce. A little ambitious.
Looking the tournament running tonight. Looks like registration's still open for another hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you want to come play a $100 tournament, it's still open for another hour. Come on out.
$2K guarantee, $100 buy-in.
Hard to beat that.
Definitely still
Well,
early enough to have a
now
play with
James
that.
makes a pair, and he was aggressive after the flop. So Dylan might get a little uncomfortable here if he bets, and he does. He makes a big bet.
Wow.
Wow, good for him. Yeah, that's going to make Dylan real uncomfortable. It looks like he's going to go for it anyway. Is he going to? Yeah, wow, he makes the call. Well, I think James is kind of gulping in his shoes now. What are you going to do? I mean,
Yeah, if that bet doesn't do it, then
here's
got
the
a nice
thing is
scenario.
that Dylan only, he has an SPR less than 1, so he can't feel, if you're James, you just basically have to ship it and hope. Yeah, he does. He moves all in. Now, that puts Dylan in a tough spot. Even though the SPR is good, this is, he cannot like that 8.
Flushes missed, straights came in.
Yep. But, you cannot feel comfortable with this spot, though, because James has showed all the aggression post-flop. He bet the flop, bet big on the turn, and fires the river. King 8 just cannot feel good. Wow, well played, James. Really well played.
I think the difference there between the 3-barrel we saw earlier is the sizing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Larger, much more aggressive on the river. Gets top pair to lay down.
Wow, well done. Now, I've played with him a few times, and he's a solid player, that's for sure. But that hand was really well played by him. I think if Dylan bet the flop instead of checking it, then he probably that doesn't happen.
Right.
Because I don't think you would have taken the lead there. James would not have taken the lead there on the flop. But by taking the lead on the flop, he managed to get all the way through it.
What was the pre-flop action? Do you remember on that?
I do not. I think it got raised and called.
I was gonna say, had he been the pre-flop aggressor there instead of checking it with the 2 Broadway cards on the board, I'd like actually leading with the big bet there. Very tough to even get in that mess to begin with. Feels gross with the 8,
Right.
but it's going to put you in a better situation. Heads up, you're going to get a very clear picture where you stand
Right.
and fold out a lot of hands that might have been even ahead of you.
So we get a raise from Casey here in the small blind. Matt comes along in the big with 9-10. I don't blame him at all here. I think it's pretty reasonable, actually. So he flops the straight draw, and of course Casey's got his top pair here, but he might go ahead and call this. I don't know. Be a little ambitious, but
Oh, I'm just looking at the chat. Lego was talking about pumping up the Monday tournament.
yeah, it's exactly the same structure as Katie's on Wednesday. That's true.
But we were, apparently we were talking about it, thinking it at the same moment.
Yeah,
there.
I think so. There are so many great places and great tournaments all around town. Pretty much any night of the week if you want to go somewhere and play. If you're a big tournament person. You're on the east side of town or west side of town, or you're way over in Fort Worth. There's plenty of places around that you can find a tournament to play in. Get out there and enjoy your local poker rooms.
Poker is alive and well.
It is alive and well. We want to make sure that we keep this wonderful community going. And the more people we have playing, the better chances of everybody doing well and having these great opportunities right here. I'm just not sure that people outside of Texas, particularly, maybe Dallas and Houston and Austin, really understand just how wonderful it is to have all of these great facilities just, 20 minutes away from almost everybody. That's really great.
Frankly, it's still amazing how many people who live in these areas don't realize.
Don't know, yeah. I had that happen the other day.
It's got a very storied history,
yeah,
poker.
That's true, it does.
In Texas, and depending when people stopped following along, they don't have a clear picture of what it's like now.
That's right.
It's very vibrant, very lively.
Matt checked his ace here, hoping that somebody had something. And looks like Ricky's got his open ender here. And Matt's going to come along, call that easy. He gets a JJ. Did JJ fold? No, JJ's still in two. Okay. Yep. So we got two straight draws and a top pair. I'm not sure about that check there, but especially with two straight draws, with two flush draws on board, I think. Well, you're covering both of them, so not the end of the world here.
Right.
But I think I would want a little more money in the pot. This might, now though you bet and they all fold.
The problem here
he's gonna check it.
You're blocking the auto folds.
Yeah. Oh, is JJ gonna get out of line here? Yep, he sure is. I think this is gonna be a call easy from Matt. Yeah. And he just mucks. He didn't even try.
Nope.
He knew he was dead.
5 high. What's calling that?
Yeah. No, I gotta give JJ some credit there for having some heart to fire at it, but maybe a little ambitious there. Mark Wee saying that he's been over here at Poker's House a lot lately and been super impressed with our action and the service of the staff. I agree, Mark. It's why I have made this my primary place to play, even though there are places that are closer to my house and more convenient. I still really enjoy this location or this facility and all the people here.
See if maybe we can get some action cards. Not seeing a lot.
JJ making up for the last hand, just smashing the flop here.
Just thinking there's not a lot of flops that were going to look good for people, but that
was one of them.
That's one of them. Of course, he's really hoping someone's got an ace out there.
Yeah.
A weak one, preferably, the way the action played out pre-flop. And you'd feel great getting some money with King 9, but
yeah, we're not
going to happen.
Not seeing the flop here on the graphics, but we did see it on the camera.
Yeah, it was King 9 ace.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, that's caught up.
Well, he's just waiting for someone to connect, but...
Oh, boy. Ricky raised to 45. That was pretty ambitious with the 4 deuce.
Well, he just picked up equity.
And he did. He picked up a lot of equity. But he's still way behind here.
Now, this is interesting because what raises on that flop that then checks that turn?
Yeah, exactly. If you raise the flop and then check the turn, I'm not sure what you're trying to accomplish there.
I have trouble, putting you on any kind of reasonable holding there.
I agree.
And any hand that's wanting to raise and either get more value or protect on that flop is wanting to continue to do so with straights and flush possibilities.
Yeah. It looks like he's bet near 100. Can't tell exactly.
Short of maybe a
90.
Jack 10 actually coming in or something
Right, exactly.
like
I saw a common roll up here.
that. We got
Yeah, C&J says we've got a great stream that's introducing Texas poker to me in central New York. Well, come on down. Hang out with us here at Poker House Dallas. We'd love to have you. I think we talked last week about you coming down and let us know and see if we can get you on some of these streams. That would be fun. We've got another hour and 15 minutes to get into the tournament. It's running tonight. Only a $100 buy-in, guaranteed $2,000 for the prize pool. Come on out. Last week, if you remember, we finished our stream at 8 o'clock, right before the cutoff of the poker tournament. And Yanni, who had played last week, won, a little bit of money in the cash game. Max late regged the tournament and ended up winning the tournament.
Yes, he
So
did.
good for him. So he had a good night last
He
week.
had a very good night.
So come on out, hit that tournament, play some cash games with us.
Those are the days that keep you going.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Well, B-Dub's got the old King 9 suited, which which is fun, but early position. We'll have to see how it goes.
Got a raise with 7 deuce.
Well, if you're going to play 7 deuce, you're going to have to do something with it. You can't on the button. You got to do something with it.
I'm not aware of any prop games.
Yeah, I don't think the 7 deuce game is on unless we missed it.
We'll know if he wins.
So the Poker House management is telling us that there is a small overlay for the tournament tonight. So come on out here and grab that overlay. Good chance to get it.
A lot of time with the open ender here.
PH Dallas, who are you? I don't know who that is.
Oh, who's actually posting?
Yeah,
this?
I don't know who that is. We appreciate you pumping up the tournaments here, but I don't know who it is.
We are cut off in the closet.
Yes.
3 total air ball here for everyone.
Well, Brandon's got the king.
There's Water with the open ender.
Yep.
Monty's got to get out.
Yeah. I think this is okay. A little thin with the open ender, maybe, but
With the pot size and that bet
pot size, yeah. There you go. I don't think anybody likes that 10, though.
So Brandon going into check call mode here. And he's not going to lay down, I don't think, for anything. So I think it's a pure check call. Waters is going to try.
Oh, Matt's going to go for it here. He's going to go big. He's trying to represent that 10, and Brandon says, I don't think so. Matt says, I missed. Oh. Big hand there. That turned out into a nice one.
Brandon needed that.
Yeah, I was going to say, Brandon needed that one. He needed that one bad. That one helps a lot. He's gotten a good bit of that back. He was down, what, almost 900 earlier, I think?
Yeah, I think that is correct. Lego, you can't be booing your points rolls there. You used up your run good on Saturday.
That's true.
You're going to have to lose a few here.
Yeah, you want the run good to disappear in the points game, not at the poker
Absolutely.
table.
I don't mind doing that.
Yeah, I
let me
don't
let
either.
me lose 7 of them in a row.
That's right. That's right. That coming in with the 7-6
Suited king on the button.
suited king on the button. I think it's reasonable.
Yeah, you can actually do a lot of things.
Yeah, you
with this
can.
hand.
With this. I wouldn't mind a good raise here, actually.
I think he might be going
I
for
think
it.
he is. Dylan's sitting here in the small blind going, oh, boy, now what do I do?
Went straight for the 3X.
I think he's just going for it. Yeah, he is. He's just going for it all in. I don't object to that at all.
No, and now Monty's going, why did I pick this spot?
Yeah, that's right. Why did I 3-bet?
It felt good. Yeah, it's just only 236, so it's not a huge shove, but
Yeah, that's why he did it. It's because he didn't have any other.
it's pretty
didn't have
tough to
any-
call it all.
Yeah.
There's not enough in the pot already.
Right. He didn't have any 4-bet sizing there, so.
You need a shorter chair? Shorter chair? Both steps go?
Now, what is Monty thinking about here? I think he's
I think he's posturing for
yeah,
his 3-bet there.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's just trying to make it look like he's got a tough decision. A little bit of Hollywood here.
I do expect him to lay this down.
Yeah, I'll be super surprised.
There we go.
Yeah, there you go. Yep, good job, Dylan. You needed that one.
Plus $87 when you're only shoving 2 something. That's a reasonable add on to your stack.
Yeah, I mean it's a third of your stack, so you might as well.
We'll talk about that too. Higher buy-in games, you see it done very standard, and sometimes in the 1-2 you don't, which is topping off your stack.
Yeah. And
A lot of
sometimes
players will let it dwindle.
yeah, and sometimes it's a bankroll management thing for people. They say, okay, I'm gonna only play 500 tonight. That's what my bankroll can handle, and that's fine. So again, that's one of the reasons that this is such a great situation is because you can do that.
I do like to watch those people though and see if they adjust for the fact that they're short stack. And it looked like there he actually did. I mean, he took a short stack, and his threshold to shove is a lot lower,
Right.
and he's got to take advantage of that.
Pokerski had a card flash there, and he don't think anybody saw it. I did. I believe it was a 6, but we're going to find out here in a second. Let's see if I caught it on camera or not.
Like magician spotting the cards behind the door.
Well, we'll see. Find out right here. No, it must have been the 3 that I saw.
Just defending that straddle there. Now, let's see. This could be interesting, guys. Is Ski gonna try to do something with this? Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh, he's gonna get a little crazy with it. Yeah, he is. Oh man. But we've already seen that Brandon. Now, see, I'm a little surprised about this because we've already seen that Brandon is not somebody that wants to lay down hands. We saw it just a second ago. He doesn't
fact,
want to
that
lay
was
down
a-
hands.
That was a snap call.
It was, and he snap
But
called
you
a
don't
minute
beat
ago.
top pair. Yeah.
Right. He can't like that ace though.
Pokerski's gotta like it for
Yeah.
the story he's been telling.
That one might put a little slowdown in Brandon's game here.
That looks very credible and is very likely holding there.
Yep. This could be ace 8. Something like that would be very reasonable to believe.
150 was about a $210 pot prior to that, so about
Yeah.
3/4 here.
Yeah. Brandon's thinking about it though. Like I said, he's pretty sticky. He's shown today that he's going to be sticky.
I think you can ignore the other chip stacks happening. I think that's him getting the count right.
Yeah.
there. Oh,
Oh, wow. Wow. Brandon, wow. Awesome call, dude. Awesome. There's a man who says, I'm getting unstuck and I don't care.
or I'm getting stuck further.
That's right. He says one way or the other. I'm going to either win this thing or lose this thing. He's almost got it back.
It was,
Speaking of that, let's take a look
polarized, and
It was.
he does know poker ski's capable of that.
Absolutely. He absolutely knows that ski's capable of that.
But that's also part of the challenge.
That's right.
Capable doesn't mean it's always that.
That's right. Yeah, so look at that. Brandon up to 1292, and he's still down 137. So he was buried, and he's come a long ways back. So good for him.
I'm sure it feels good just having a stack of chips in front of him.
Yeah, it does. He's got to feel so much better about it.
So James, our only far and away clear winner right now.
Yeah. He pulled out that big one with the 3-4 a few minutes ago. That was really nice.
Yeah, we've seen some decent sized pots move around, but they've kind of rotated around the table a little bit there, moved around.
So got some pretty good aggression. Things have kind of settled here now a little bit.
Yes, B-Dub no longer in the 60s,
and no longer in the
70%.
60s, only in the 50%.
We've pulled that down, which means he's actually played in a much more reasonable range since.
Yeah, exactly. JJ in here with the ducks. If you're going to play them, you got to raise them. I think that's a good way to do it. Looks like we got some cards that are not reading here, so let's see what happens. Okay, so Ricky's in here, but we don't know what he has. Apparently his cards did not read, so the percentages there are going to be off because we don't know what he has.
He was on the straddle though, and we've seen him play pretty wide range. So this is pretty uncapped.
Yep.
Check the flop and the turn all the way around.
Well, Dylan's got a 3 here. He might fire at it. Yeah, he does. That's probably going to do it. I can't imagine. JJ going to try to call here? No. I don't think so.
Catch with the deuces though. If you're going to raise them pre-flop, then you've.
It's like they're going to
sort of catching the set. There's no other flop you like. So you've got to figure out if you're going to take a line or not.
Right.
He might have been able to get something done on that, especially at an 8-Jack-7 board. That's
right.
It's going to hit a lot of ranges, but it did not hit the ones he was up against.
Right. So, folks, we're going to change out this deck here while we do our dealer change, I believe. So that's why you haven't seen the graphics update. I think we had a couple of cards there that decided not to read. So we're going to get those replaced in the deck. It looks like we're just going to replace those cards. Okay, good. Let's take a look at these overall stack sizes here, too, since we were looking at that a minute ago. Kind of see where everybody's at.
While we're doing this, I'm going to step out and
Yeah, absolutely.
drink and a snack.
All right, sounds good. All right, so I'm going to fly solo here for a minute. So if you haven't hit that like button in the on YouTube yet, please reach over there and do that. Doesn't cost you anything at all. Helps us out. We would appreciate that a ton.
Raise to 15.
All right. Looks like Monty had a raise and take it there. No problem at all. It looks like we might be losing a player here. Looks like James going to call it a quits here. I know there was a list earlier, so we probably filled those seats pretty quick here. James had a pretty good night tonight. He's going to walk away with a pretty nice win here overall. Good for him. There's his stats. VPIP's pretty good. So good for him.
Alrighty.
Okay, so
Not miss any action? Looks like
Not
we got one
really.
racking up, huh?
yeah, it looks like James is heading out here.
I actually
So-
did not glance at the table when I came back in.
I didn't even
so
notice
it
it,
didn't
so-
even register. Yeah. No
So
spoilers.
for some reason, we
I
are
saw
not
nothing.
getting any graphics here, so I'm hoping Eddie's okay. Yeah, so for some reason, we're not getting... There we go. So I wonder if we've lost... Oh, there it is. Okay, now we're good. All right. So we're going to have a big one here. Queens against eights. He's certainly not going anywhere pre-flop. That was 7-5. He calls. It's his 7. But he does not like it. But he can't like it with the ace out there considering the action. I don't think anybody likes that ace. That ace is certainly an action killer here. But I think Dylan can probably feel okay to bet here since Ski did not bet. But Matt going to try to get after it here with his 7. He's going to get the bad news here in a second, I suspect. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. We'll see here. That doesn't really change anything. A complete blank there. Yeah, he's going to check. I wonder if this might check through. Yeah, it does. Yeah, that ace did not. Nobody liked it.
Yeah, it's like called an action killer for nothing.
Yeah. In that spot, it sure was.
I don't think Ski could have liked calling, being the second caller behind there.
No, I'm sure he was uncomfortable with that situation. So yeah, we got some folks on the list here. Let's see if these spots fill up here.
I did see the tournament tables as it's coming in. Look like 2 full tables going right now.
Okay.
Pretty active.
All right. I think you still got a few minutes here to register for that too. I think we're getting close though.
Yeah, I do believe so. Can't keep it open forever on these weeknights.
No, it's got to get done. JJ being a little ambitious with his straddle, but that's okay. Well, the queen might bring us a little action.
We seem to be running into a lot of these second pair type situations.
Yeah.
We're not getting
Yeah.
We're not getting the pots that have hit a lot of people multiple ways heavy.
So Brandon called. The 10 rolls off.
Like Queen Jack
Everybody's
feels a little bit better now,
got a,
doesn't
yeah, it sure does. But the 3 is, again, a total blank. Well, whoever decides to bet it, this is going to win it. Brandon might call here. Oh, look at this now. He's going to raise. I think that's a great raise. I think it's probably going to work. Yeah, you got Monty wondering what's going on here.
I'm wondering what's going on. I'm trying to think what he sees there. He's clearly excluded kings from the ranges based on the action.
Sure. You know, some Queen X hand that got there.
So you got to ask, can you fold out better? And the answer is clearly yes, as he did.
Yep.
Can you get called by worse?
Probably not.
So you're turning it into a pure bluff at that point.
Absolutely. I think Brandon knew that. I think he sensed that there was some weakness there from Monty on that.
Last act, the marginal holding.
Not bad.
Yeah, the only thing he avoids was a showdown here.
Right.
He won the same amount. You're not getting any more out of that. And not to say there's not value in that. Winning without showdown
absolutely.
is very valuable in a lot of situations.
Sure.
So, yeah, typically a marginal made like that's a good spot just to call that flat and hit. We do have someone else sitting down here.
Okay, good.
KLM.
KLM. Don't recognize him off the top of my head here, but give me a minute.
Yeah. Not sure I've played with him.
Well, we're going to get 5 or 6 callers here. Looks that way.
A lot of very marginal hands.
Yeah.
Hitting this flop. This is,
the old
that
Texas
king queen over there is looking pretty good.
Yeah, it is.
Let's see.
Not anymore. Well, I don't know who's liking this the most.
The 6s pick up a gut shot, which is nice. You got Jack 9 there. Not a bad situation. 7.
Yeah, Dylan's going to take the lead here with top pair. I think that's very reasonable.
You're going to clear out a lot of this.
Mm-hmm. You're going to get rid of a lot of the junk in here.
Casey's thinking here, but I think to lay that down, especially without a diamond in the hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's Matt thinking here? He might just give this a call and see what happens. I don't know. He might raise and
he could.
Yeah, he could raise.
He's
here.
out of
really
position here. He could definitely make that play.
Yeah.
I think all options are in the mix.
Yeah,
including the fold.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Although I don't think Dylan's going to fold unless it was a huge raise or something.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Just a nothing burger there on the turn. Doesn't really change anything. I heard an all in.
I did. Yeah,
that's pretty strong there.
And Monty put it all in. That's very strong, and that jack does not feel like much right now, does it?
No, he can't. He can't like that. Can't like that at all.
And you're definitely thinking flush draw could do this. There's also a lot of made straights.
Yeah, 6-8 got there.
6-4 got
6-4 got
there.
there.
Been played a few times.
He's gonna call. Good call. He's not on diamonds. He said, I hope there's no more diamonds. Yep. Well played. Got there. Nice. Good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you, Dylan. Get yourself unstuck.
I think Monty thinking that's exactly the kind of hand he was trying to push out
Yeah,
there.
I'm sure.
I think he didn't like seeing that.
Right. He was trying to rep an overpair there, and it just didn't quite work.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep. How to get unstuck in one hand. Right there it was. Nice
Yeah,
hand.
he said good call. He just, I guarantee that's exactly what he was targeting.
Yeah, you're right. Mm-hmm. A lot of heart there to do that. It felt, although I'll be honest with you, in my mind, it was so big. The all-in was so big there. It felt really polarized. He either was crushing that thing or he had air. And in that situation, when you have top pair,
That's the
it's
nature
hard.
of all in, though, isn't it? It's very
really
rarely
tough.
not polarized.
Yeah, it's really tough. And that,
And if it's not polarized, it usually means you let the SPR get out of whack somewhere
Yeah.
on one of the earlier streets.
Yeah.
So,
but it was just so big, though. You have to wonder, why would he bet so big if he's got the nuts here? Or even the second nuts. So, yeah, tough. Good effort, but really great call by Dylan.
we got some live Broadway cards here. All right. Actually, I haven't seen very many hands with multiple Broadway cards in it.
Yeah, this is one of the few.
See if we can get a flop that actually works with it.
Yeah, a little bit. We're gonna got some straight draw action here.
Got shots.
Top pair and
yeah.
JJ's just going to lead into everybody with top pair here, which I find interesting. I almost think that this is a spot where you might just check your whole range. But
There can definitely be an argument made for that. If you are going to bet, you want to bet it small, which you did.
yeah, but now you can't like that. Everything gets there, and Dylan's just taking total control of his hand. Now, see, if I'm in
Unfortunately-
Dylan's shoes, I think I might have bet that.
JJ's hand has become almost face up with the lead out and then the check on the on the
Yeah,
ace turn.
right. But you got to think now that somebody's got an ace in this situation. Ace X, or at least King X. That's going to continue. It looks like he's going to put in the raise here. We can't blame him. He had a plan, and so I think he's going to execute it here. Now, how big did he go? He went really big here. Looks like
220
220.
on a 55.
I think that's a little ambitious. I think that's a little too big. Maybe 170, 165, 170. I don't know, somewhere in there. Maybe 180. But that's me. I like the 3X it.
You've got no flush draws in play.
Right, exactly. So what are you trying to drive out? You already got the nuts. There's no flush draw, so you want to try to keep things in there. So a raise is fine. I think that's very reasonable. But I think you want to make it so enough that somebody goes, okay, I can call that.
I guess he's figuring three ways with that board that someone's got something strong enough to call.
Yeah.
But that's a bit of a hope and less
Yeah.
of a reason.
Yeah, I think so. And even if somebody did have, ace 10 or something, I mean, you've
Then they were going to get more money in anyway.
Right.
Next street. Yeah.
right. So. Now the thing is that JJ's down to, such a low SPR. It's either all in or fold.
Yeah, you can't do that with king queen
Right.
there.
But you
You can't do it.
Right.
That's way too strong.
Right. And I think that's another spot there where in this low stakes game, I'm not sure that Dylan was paying attention to where the stack sizes were with his opponents before he made that bet. I think he was just betting that and not seeing where the SPR really was.
Very common error in 1-2.
Yeah,
very
and we've
common.
all done it.
That was actually one of my first big adjustments switching to live last year.
Mm-hmm.
You get so comfortable having it just printed out on screen for you, playing
Right.
online, or even
That's
converted to
right.
big blinds already.
Yeah.
You're not thinking of it in dollars.
Right.
And then you realize, wow, not only do I need to keep track of my own live, but I got to keep track
Yeah,
of everyone
everybody
else's
else's too. Right.
if I'm going to play optimally.
Right.
And,
Yeah, stack
that's
sizes
a
are
big
important.
adjustment, and a lot of people just
Well,
don't think through that part.
Yeah, he's got a big stack now, so he's feeling comfortable, and I think he really thought about that a little bit more and recognized how much money JJ had behind that he might not admit that much.
What did you think of the ace jack lay down on that before it got to him? Because that was the other hand in play, right? It was an ace. Yeah, it was ace jack.
Was it ace jack?
So it was a top pair with a gut shot at that point.
Yeah, you're right.
That was pretty disciplined. Of course, he had a guy to act behind him.
Right. You can't feel comfortable with ace jack there.
Back of my head is screaming. I've got to
Yeah.
have at least two pair to think
Yeah,
about anything
yeah.
here.
I think it's exactly what he's got to believe. You got to say to yourself, "I'm way behind here." So we started a little later tonight than we normally do, so we're going to try to get this thing till about 9 o'clock here, Central Time.
Looking up at the chat and seeing Streamlabs looks like it's getting pretty polarized. 94, 97, 96, and then it gives out a 5, 18.
It does. So it's sometimes so weird. Yeah. Poor Frank. He's got more points than anybody, so he didn't care.
Right. Ace king, sixes.
I think Brandon may come in here. Queen Jack suited.
Oh, he was a straddle too? Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
yeah. It's on his straddle. Yeah, he's not going to fold. Now, Ricky's got to think, I'm behind. Yep.
How much did he already have in there, though?
I didn't see it. I'm sorry. I didn't see what he put in there.
Just looking. Yeah, he would have hit it.
I think he would have been 15. I think he put in 15.
Yeah, just looking at the stacks that are in play, the implied odds were there.
Yeah.
I think he could definitely.
I think I would have
He
tried
could've
to
gotten
set
max
mine there.
value.
Yeah. I think he had enough to set mine. And he gets there, and then he's going to get paid. He would have gotten a huge. He basically would have stacked
Casey
Casey there
yeah.
for sure. Yeah, he would have stacked him for sure.
Yep. He's thinking about it, moved, shook
Yeah.
the hat on his head.
Yeah.
Hide his face, his
Because he's
frustration.
got his head in his face in his hand. He's like, oh, man, what did I do?
Yeah, I'd like to go look back at that and see what the odds were in that situation.
Right.
Someone let him know he's still cursing.
Well, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button if you haven't done it already. We sure would appreciate it.
7 vote, 8 vote.
Monty in here from the cutoff with King 9 off.
Is this right? Oh, yeah. The tournament registration is still open for another 40 minutes.
Yeah. Good, good, good. So, good. So, we got a little bit of time to get over here.
They are one person away from hitting the guarantee.
Okay.
Right now, it looks
So
like there's a
still-
little bit of an overlay.
Still a little
Just
bit of an overlay.
Just a
You can,
pinch.
you can fill that last spot there.
Sometimes we just leave this table going.
Of course, I did that based off the math and what I remember.
Yeah.
I know the fee structure pretty well here, so I think that's about right. There we go.
8 raised, 15.
Get a defend.
He gonna come
Yep.
along? Yeah, I think you should.
Yeah.
Yeah, 9-10. He's certainly willing to play those kind of hands, even out of position.
Well, he's in this situation.
Oh, in this
got
situation,
position,
he's in position. Yeah, right.
yeah. And he catches.
And he catches it. Off and top pair. You gotta like that. Oh yeah, nice. Now he's living life. Of course, Brandon does have a hard draw, but he didn't get there. He's got to put a little bit of something in here.
Yeah.
Oh, Brandon, you bet it. And oh no, he called.
Well, he had the ace. He had the.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. With all the passivity there on
Right.
the flop and turn, you got to call it the ace.
Yeah, I think so.
No, now we're gonna do it.
Carlo, the chat pro. The chat is here.
Yes.
All right.
Carlo, what's up, my friend? Good to see you here.
No raises yet. Let's go turn around. Texas heads up. Don't think we've actually said that tonight.
We got 5 wins.
5 ways to the flop. Texas heads up. Gotta love it.
And somehow they just miss all
And it
over the
misses
place.
everybody. What in the
Becker
world?
Ski has
How does
picked
that
up
happen?
a flush draw here,
Yeah.
which after checking around feels pretty good.
Got a gutter ball in there from Casey
And Brandon.
and Brandon. Yeah.
Well, Brandon's got the open ender there.
Oh, you're right.
Lots of 9s and 8s spoken for though, so he's
Right. Can't feel happy about your pocket 3s here, though, if you're Monty.
by some chance he comes along. Though, an ace on the river could get interesting.
Now, what's Ricky thinking about here? Is he's
Especially
thinking
an
about
ace
getting.
of diamonds.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that. That would be a 2 pair versus a Broadway versus a flush.
Right. I wonder if Ricky's trying to do something here. Is he thinking about getting a little out of line?
I don't think we've really seen him do that.
Oh, okay. He didn't know it was his turn. Okay.
Okay.
I was wondering. I was thinking, my goodness, he's really taking his time there.
Wow, it's got loud. Yeah, I was thinking we hadn't seen him get really out of line. He's had a pretty wide range opening
Yep.
or calling behind, but he hasn't
Oh,
really.
look at that. Look at this.
anything like that
3
this
gets
flop.
there. Yeah. Oh, Ski, you're going to get in trouble here, buddy.
It's getting a little hot.
And that's going to do it.
Yeah. Easy to fold when you miss.
Yep. Yeah, Monty felt a lot more comfortable about it when that other 3 rolled off of there.
3 of diamonds would have put him in a blender.
Yeah,
there.
yeah. Put 3 of diamonds would have been like, oh, no.
He would have felt comfortable, gotten raised, and go, really? Backdoor. It just would have been tough to believe.
True, it would have been.
We're a couple hours in, but it sounds like they're starting to loosen up a little bit at the table. A few people talking and jabbing.
Yep, that's good.
Still got a couple that are just staying silent. And
I always find that interesting.
Wow.
I enjoy just being able to have a little banter at the table myself, but
it's very revealing.
It can be. Dylan waking up with it here. He's made a huge comeback, and now he's catching some cards. He's going to make life difficult for people here, I think.
A little banter helps too when you're not catching cards. When you're when you're playing super tight and you're quiet, and then suddenly coming for the big raise, everyone gets out of the way. You get nothing. If you've been talking the whole time, sometimes you forget that you've been folding the whole time too.
Yeah, true.
You just keep on chatting, put in the 3-bet.
Well, Monty may come along here, but be a little ambitious, but he might.
And he gets the best there. I mean, Brandon's ahead, but like in the flush draw with the.
Well, Dylan just leads out on that. That's an interesting lead. Of course, he's basically continuing. You know, he's just a big C bet since he was pre-flop aggressor.
Yeah, it's on the large size for a C bet multi-way.
It is. I agree.
Especially when you're just hoping for some backdoor equity here.
If you're Brandon here, you can't feel real good about it, even if you did make top pair. With Dylan's aggression.
Oh,
Yeah.
laid it down.
Yeah. Monty's just going to go for it. Yeah. And now what do you do now? That's a pretty good size.
And we were talking about this just a little bit ago. Same player. The awareness of the other stacks that you're playing into. And by making the big bet, he's now put himself in a situation where it feels like a must call.
Right. You're exactly right.
The smaller one, he could have very easily gotten away from this and gone, oh,
that's
stepped in something.
Yeah, that's something that he's going to have to think about for the future, I think. He might fold here.
I mean, it did fold out the best hand. And we hear in the table chatter there, Brandon was going to call, except he knew that he had a feeling that Monty was going to shove over and run him off. So
And you see Brandon was fully aware of the stack size.
exactly.
That's a big deal.
And that dynamic was on full display right there.
Yep.
I guess I need to be a little more quiet, huh, Lego? Dude giving away his secrets.
No, I think we've been kind of talking about that tonight, so I think it's an important aspect of playing it, even at these stakes. You got to pay attention to stack sizes.
You can give away secrets as long as you stay balanced. They can't be used against you.
That's right. Hard to get away. Huh? He folded the 5-3 and was offsuit though, so I gave him a break. Now here comes a 3-bet from Poker Ski. Yep. Yep, just right.
I like it.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
It's a spot where that works a lot, and if you get played back at, it's a hand you can still get away from.
Dylan was trying to be a little ambitious with this 7 deuce, and he shows it. Good for him. It did. It almost worked, he said. But the nice thing about
I don't think they have the 7-deuce score.
No, I don't think they do either. But the nice thing about showing that there is that he's showing everybody that he's not afraid to put money in there with any 2 cards. And while other players may not be paying completely attention to that kind of balancing, some of the guys probably are.
Right. Of course, he did win a good sized pot earlier with some low cards.
Yeah, he
not?
did. He did. He made a great call there a minute ago.
Oh, does Ricky fold the pocket sixes this time? I bet he holds on to him if he gets raised up here. Not gonna have to make that decision. Wow. Ace, ace, three. Monty picking up the flush draw, and now Ricky has the boat.
Ricky's got to feel pretty good about that.
Yeah. It's not a big boat, but it's a boat.
Right, and it's hard to make a pair, so. Especially when nothing else happened there on the river.
Oh, yeah.
You know, if a jack or a queen rolled off there, he's probably just going to go, oh. But in that situation, he's got to feel good about it.
Guess.
I've got him 4 times. Every time I get put in a spot, I don't know what to do.
Whenever you don't know what to do, just shove it.
You don't know what to do, just shove. I like your attitude, Monty.
Just shove or just fold. One or the other. Don't do the stuff in between.
Right. Yeah.
And you're not sure what to do, and you just call or limp. That's bad news.
It's such a bad habit, you know, and we've all been guilty of it. It's one of the more difficult things to break habits about.
You ever get that little voice in your head that tells you the right play to do, and then your hands do something different?
Right, yep. Just fold, all in. Wait, what did I do? I did that in a tournament the other day.
I think we've all done that at some point. It feels like the part of your body that's playing is separated from the mind that's really analyzing it.
Oh, we're going to have another Texas heads up here? Well, not quite, but close enough.
Ricky putting all the low expectation chips into the pot. A lot of $1 chips up for grab. And Casey catches the world. Eddie, absolutely.
Eddie, yes.
Guess we might have to answer the chat. He's probably listening to the actual player. Right?
That's probably true.
I mean, Eric's not here, so he can't win CCR.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man.
That improves our equity right away.
Oh, my goodness. I didn't even think about that till you said it.
Regulars to the stream know what we're talking about. Anyone who follows on Facebook.
Yeah, follow Eric Anderson,
and-
our stream manager here at Poker House. He is the king of credit card roulette. He rarely loses.
But the cat is away, and the mice will play. And that run out just worked out great for JJ there. That was not the way it started.
Yeah. JJ needs a little run good here.
I actually wish I'd watched the action on that one a little closer. I'd like to go back and rewatch that one.
Well, while we wait, we'll pull up some stats here. Let's take a look at VPIPs again. Brandon's still holding things down pretty
Yeah.
good up there in the big
Slowly
numbers.
coming downward.
Slowly coming down, but he's still
found
way
his
up there.
groove. He's found his groove.
Still way up there, though.
I really don't think he was doing anything crazy, though. I think he was getting very playable hands early on, and it spiked that V-pip
Yeah,
up.
I think you're right.
Suited king on the button. Oh, very nice. Nothing like flopping 2 pair on the button.
Yeah, for sure. Especially when it's king deuce. that's what you pray for.
You got to get some money in here, though, before something else gets a
Right.
better 2 pair
Yeah.
than you.
You're just hoping and praying somebody has an ace here, but nobody does. Yeah.
Let's be more specific. If you're gonna give it to me, give me some easier decisions.
She's been giving me really decisions. I look 6 high.
Cheap decisions.
Yeah.
So we looked at the V-pips a minute ago. We'll see who all's winning. So we got James, Dylan, and Ski all winning. Although Ski's only up a little bit compared to what he was. We had our big winner, James, walk away. So a bunch of the money walked out.
There were
with him.
no big losers on that. That was, and I think you could add Brandon
Well-
to the list of big winners based on the way it started and where
Yeah.
he is now.
Yeah,
That's,
exactly.
I mean, he was in very rough shape, and he's gotten a good 700 back
Yes, for
from
sure.
where he was. Monty with pocket queens here on the button. He's not going to get any action now. I said too much. I think it was just a $5 straddle there. I don't think there was anything else going when he bumped it to 40. So
Yeah.
he 8x'd it from the button.
Yikes.
8x with position. That's, yeah. The rest of the table didn't have anything to call anyway. But
Right.
even then, you got to
be a
have a pretty
little-
tight range to actually call that and play
Yeah.
the rest of the hand out of position.
Yeah, I think that was maybe a little much. But then again, you don't want the the ace nines to come in and when you have pocket queens or something and hit a spike and ace and you have no idea what to do. Well, Ski's got his pocket sevens and some little raise.
I guess if
Honey's
you can get to
gonna
that,
come along.
that last hand, if you could get to the flop and the ace hits, you're almost guaranteed to know that you can put pressure on them
Right.
in that situation.
That's true. And look at this. Monty just flops the whole world. It's got to be pretty disguised here, too. Especially when all checks around here.
It's just tough to get paid on this stuff.
And, of course, now Brandon's got 2 pair. He puts $10 out
You
there.
got
I
3
think.
pair.
Got 3 pair. Technically, you're right. Now, you can't like that, though, when Monty raises to 50. That's just an easy fold.
I've said many a time, 3 pair is very rarely good.
Yeah.
If you've got 3 pair, someone's got something better.
Yep. And that's the case here. I seem to have a frog in my throat this evening. I'm not sure what's going on. It's all of a sudden. Lego, I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I don't normally think Monty's one of those guys, though. That's so it was interesting. He might have just had a feel and thought that he could get away with that and maybe get a call and
Right.
take it down on the flop and get a little more money, but did not work out.
Yeah, I did that the other night myself, Lego. I in the tournament had ace king raised, but I made a reasonable raise. Somebody called my raise. Short stack on the button, jams all in. And I'm like, well, I probably should just put it all in here and protect myself, and I did. Of course, the guy who had called my initial raise had a big pair, and the guy on the button that had jammed all in he had ace king like I did, so that didn't work out very well.
That's the funny thing about odds. You know, you can be 80% or 90%, but that's not 100%.
Not 100% the math.
And we like to forget that. We get upset when we lose our 90%ers.
Yeah, well, and
I am not immune from that.
well, and I
But
certainly
90
was.
is not 100.
No, and I certainly was not even 90% in that situation,
Right.
given the way things were. But I thought I might be flipping with the guy who shoved all in. What I didn't realize was the guy who'd called my raise was crushing both of us. That's the way it goes. And, the old saying, the math is the math.
Yeah. And sometimes
it doesn't go away. 1%ers still happen.
Yeah, that you're saying you're saying there's a chance. It works the other way too.
It does. It sure does.
It works the other way too.
Yeah, especially when you're in those downswings, you're just like, ugh. Well, Dylan's got his queens here. Makes a good raise, I think, with that many people in the hand. Yeah. Brandon comes along.
We just have not seen
Ricky
these hands
coming
get
along
paid very often.
Well, Ricky's coming along here. He's got the fours with all. He's trying to set mine. Unfortunately, Monty's got one of his fours. So we are Texas heads up once again.
Yeah. Set mining very reasonable there.
It is very reasonable. It's unfortunate that he's super thin here. And now he is done.
Yeah.
Dylan makes top set. Even with the two hearts out there, I think you.
Well, and Dylan has the largest heart out of them all.
Yeah, so I think it's okay to put a little money in here. I wouldn't go too big. I think that's too big. I think again we're in this situation. Stack sizes are in play, and I understand you want to try to get out the hearts, but I think that was a little too big.
Nah, that's. Unfortunately, everyone needed either a runner for a straight or a runner for the flush.
Right.
That was all that was in the mix. Was
I mean, I
clubs
think
or the king.
you can't be too afraid of flushes all the time. I understand it. I think you'd be aware of them, but it's still hard to make a flush. I mean, it is. So
There's a reason it's ranked higher than straight.
it is. That's right. It's tough.
It feels like you see more of them than straights. Straights are more easily disguised, and that's a big part of it. Everyone sees the flush coming.
Right.
Well, usually. Sometimes they pay you off and go, oh my gosh, there's a flush. But, yeah, everyone sees those coming and adjusts. The straights can sneak up on you and stack you pretty quick.
Yeah. All right, so finally, the first time tonight, the best hand in poker is in play. Monty with the 5-3, getting in there.
He did call.
I think he called. I think I would have put in the raise, but that's okay. KLM in here with the suited ace.
Okay.
Again, I think that's a raise there, too.
You're talking 5-3, and in the chat, someone just rolled 53.
There you go.
I think it's happening.
All right, Monty, here it comes.
You realize a 5-3 hits, then
Texas
Brandon has an open
three-way.
ender.
And look at that. Oh. Bam. Show me the money. Show me the money.
Wow.
And looky here, JJ's got an ace. KLM has an ace.
Wadata has the nut flush draw.
And Matt's got the nut flush. This is going to be a big hand. This is going to be a big hand.
Oh. And with the stack sizes,
And KLM could, KLM could, yeah.
they all have
JJ
enough chips.
Yeah, JJ could get stacked here if he's not careful. But his kicker's not great, so he might be able to get away from it.
Yeah, he might be the one who can get away.
Now, Monty's made a big raise here. Again, concerned about that flush draw. 5 ways. I kind of understand. And it's actually a decent raise because
Bet was 60.
the bet was 60. He raised to 150. That's very reasonable, actually.
Yeah. 2.5x.
Now, KLM's in a spot here. What do? You got ace-jack here. You're facing a 3-bet. Or you're facing a raise. And I think that's actually a really good laydown by him.
Well, it's just the right size. And it puts some pressure on your stack. but also feels a bit like value.
Now, yeah, it does exactly, and that's exactly what it is,
It's accomplishing both.
right? So
And this is a tough spot here for Waddington.
I think he's gonna. Yeah, I think I would have done the same thing in his shoes.
He's flat called here.
Now the only downside to that is that now stack sizes are all out of whack.
Yeah, what are you going to do on
And
the turn?
I think if you were Matt there, I think that's more of just stick it in. If
I think you shove over there.
Yeah, I think you do too. You're going to obviously get it called, but you probably get one of them to fold. Now I think JJ, this is definitely an all in or fold moment for him. But you can't like that 10. You absolutely can't like, and you can't believe that both players have flush draws here.
No.
So you think, okay, one of them's got a flush draw maybe, but not both of them. So how can my ace 10 possibly be good here?
You're also not thinking. You're probably not thinking straight.
No,
ace 5 or ace
nobody's-
3 is more likely. Right?
Nobody's thinking the 5-3.
Ace 5 or ace 3.
No one
to have
expects
that
the
top pair and gut shot.
Right.
That's a very likely holding.
Right.
But
It's kind of like the Spanish Inquisition.
Yeah.
Nobody expects the 5-3. If anybody gets that
Right.
reference, so we'll see.
I actually used that reference earlier today at work.
See if
Someone I don't
anybody
even
in
remember
chat
what he was,
knows
but he
that?
was talking. One of the guys I work with, he was talking about something. He's like, yeah, the only thing, and he named something. And he's like, no, the two things, and he named two, and then all of a sudden he thought of a third. It's like,
Does anybody know the Spanish Inquisition joke? No one expects the Spanish Inquisition.
people of a certain age know.
Yeah.
I'll give you a clue.
It was,
The guy who's playing the 5-3 and is unexpected, his name is Monty.
yes. Yes. Mark, I sure was, buddy. I jumped out of my chair when that flop came out. Bam.
There's the 5. So now if you're thinking ace 3, it's
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. And he goes all in, yeah. And it snap called, yeah. Yeah. You gotta know you're behind here. Yeah. Nice.
The interesting thing there is Wadata actually picked up the nut straight draw on top there.
He did.
So had a 3 run out.
Yeah, it's not
Would've been sick.
a bad no, I don't think it's a terrible shove there. But
No,
I think
perfectly.
it was-
I would have been
give
fine
give
with
the
it on that
stacks.
street before.
Yeah, I think I would have too. I think I'd have done it on the. It wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have changed the outcome at all. But from an overall strategic standpoint, I think a shove there would have been.
Lego says he gets the reference.
Yeah, good for you, Lego. Got it.
Yeah, and if you didn't get it after I drew attention to Monty being the one playing it, then you're not getting it. So it looks like that seat is open now. Imagine there's probably still a list to get on.
There was a little while ago. Looks like it.
Looks like the tournament is on their last break before registration closes. So. And they do have enough people in there to beat the guarantee. If I'm looking at this right, it should be about 23.20 in the prize pool. Math in my head without my glasses on, looking at it.
I got to try to catch Monty after the stream and tell him about the 5-3. Looks like Matt's giving it up for the evening. By the way, I don't think he's going to come back. So we got another Texas heads up here 5 ways. KLM with the best. Oh no, I'm sorry, Ricky with the best of it. Okay, so we're not going to have 5. We're only going to have 4. KLM looking for some clubs here. Oh boy. Well, now Dylan's just smashed this thing,
Yeah.
and he's got some run good here the last little bit.
That's not the way you like to get your flush there with the
No, you
paired
can't.
board on
Right.
on a lot of cards that
No,
are
you're right. You're
are in the
absolutely
mix.
right. I think Ricky's going to call here because he's still got some. He's got
You've
some
got
flesh.
nut outs, yeah.
He's got that nut out, right? That's exactly right. Bam.
And he hits it.
You know, and honestly, Dylan cannot like this at all. No, he checks. Good for him.
Now the question is, what would he call? And Ricky didn't think about it very long before throwing about a half pot out there.
Yeah, I think he's going to get a call here.
I think so.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And show him the bad news. Yep. That's kind of a cooler there. Yeah. And well played by Ricky. I think you bet the exact right amount. I think if he bets much more than that, Dylan can get away from it. So he did well. Well, we've reached the top of the hour here. I think it's time for a little more
Points, yeah. No
Points.
one's been begging us.
well, we haven't.
They've
we haven't
been gambling and winning.
They've been doing well tonight. So let's. What do you think? We got our folks that have been hanging on with us now for the last few hours. So we're gonna make it 2,000.
There you go.
There we go. You guys have been great.
7, 12.
It's all right, let go. I gave everybody some points there, so you can have some back.
All right, we do have a new player in seat 3,
Good, good, good.
and he's got the was that the drinking wristband on? Maybe we'll get a
That's
little
a good
action
sign.
going.
That's always a good sign here this last hour.
Had to get a better look.
I didn't see who
Can't
it
tell.
was,
It might be something else that just happens.
No,
to
I
be
think
a-
you're right.
yeah,
I think it's something else. I think he's
like a fit thing.
yeah, could be. So we don't have a
You
name.
got to look
up
for those
there
little
yet.
signs, you know.
I don't think. Let's see. We don't have the updates on his name
And Dylan now has trips.
wow. I kind of fired at it with that. If I was in Dylan's spot there on the turn. Gotta hope that somebody's got an ace there.
It is tough to get both streets.
Yeah, that's true. It is. It is tough to get both streets. She got such a disguised hand if somebody does have an ace.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think you got to take the shot at
Yeah, I
it.
think so too.
Oh yeah, well, he's got a light beer in his hand.
Yeah, there you go. I guess we were wrong.
Offer him to the table.
Good for you. Well done, sir. That's Chris.
Is that the?
It's our new seat 3. Well, we got a whole bunch of ambitious hands here. Everybody's feeling that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, now we got some straight draws. We got top pair, backdoor spades. Yeah. Dylan's going to definitely go ahead and fire at it with his top pair. I can't say that I blame him. Monty going to come along here with his,
Got his gutter there.
yeah.
Dylan's got his out though, and now just picked up more equity.
Yeah, that should probably do it there. Yeah. Well, I give you guys a bunch of points, and then Streamlabs decides to just take them all back.
Except for Mark. Took them from everyone and gave them to Mark.
Yeah, give them all to Mark.
don't think we've seen KLM in a whole lot of hands since he's been at the table. Have
No,
we?
he hasn't. He hasn't. He's only gotten. He's been pretty card dead, unfortunately. He had that one ace jack hand that made a nice lay down there. I think given the circumstances, he knew that he was way behind.
Sadly, I think there's been a lot of card dead going around. That hasn't stopped them from playing some
That's
of them.
true. We just saw it there a minute ago with that last hand. We had a whole lot of ambition and not a whole lot else. KLM might come along here with the big blind, and he just, well, look at this. We limped it around. That would have been a great squeeze spot there, KLM, just so you know. King 10 would have been a perfectly acceptable squeeze right there.
God, you'd love to have the suited variety. That
Yeah,
would,
you would rather have the suited one. But everybody limps around. It's a good opportunity to squeeze.
Well, we got a couple queens hit. Got the 10 that hit.
Unfortunately, in these games, though, you just get called. He may be well aware of that, and that may be why he did it. You make it $25 there, and you get called by 4 people.
Yeah.
Well, now looky here. Old Brandon just smashed another one.
Just hit a gutter, yeah.
And it's a little disguised
And the King
here,
10,
too.
King 10 folded, but would have picked up equity there. And then
Yeah.
missed
And
in the
it's
end,
really disguised. I think Brandon's going to raise here. Yeah, he does. That's a beautiful raise. Just a little over
Right.
clicks it back. That is so.
because you're not putting ace king in anyone's range.
No,
So you're kind
not
of discounting a lot of
Absolutely.
the big
that's,
hands.
That's why this is so beautiful. Just that little min click a little bit more. I love it.
I think this is trickier for Dylan, who actually blocks 8-9, which would be a
Oh,
very
yeah, you're
likely
right.
holding here
Dylan with the queen here.
if he's looking at that level.
Wow.
So what kind of decision this is for him. Top pair and blocks the 8-9.
Uh-oh. Is he thinking about getting a little? No, I think.
But in the end, it's
Pulling
just
out
a
calling
mediocre queen. So
Yeah, I think he's just pulling
yeah,
out
you can't do
calling
anything.
chips.
You can't do anything more than call here.
Yep. That's going to be that. Yep. I mean, I don't really blame the call there terribly. It's hard to make a pair and it's hard to make top pair. So, but when you get raised in that spot, though,
That many ways to the flop.
that many ways,
hitting the turn.
and you get raised in with that many people in the hand. I think it should be recognized that that's going to be a fold.
Top pair is rarely good. Multiple streets, multi-way.
Right, and especially when you get raised on the river. People don't raise on the river in these 1-2 games very often unless they've got it.
Very true.
Although Renee did it one night to me on the stream.
Oh, it happens. It's just rare.
Yeah,
You've got to know the player.
It was ugly, and it was just one of those spots where I'm like, "There's no way he can do this without having that nutted hand," And I was only losing to one hand, but I'm thinking to myself, "How does he lose?" How does he do that without that hand? And he did. I talked to him about it later, and he was. Yeah, I told him. I said, "Man, it was a great play."
I've done the reverse against players I just don't believe and paid them off thinking there's no way you make this play if you have that.
Right.
And they do. And yeah, you really do need the default to do how well do I know this specific player?
Well, and I knew better, and I even told myself in the moment, I was like, why don't you just call? Just call. And I didn't do it.
Save yourself a little.
Yeah.
So we got one more out? Good luck, everybody.
There's one of those things on the stream where you go, I'm either going to look really dumb or brilliant.
Yep.
And I didn't know which one I was going to do.
Polarized opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
All been there. Everyone wants to make the huge hero call or the hero fold.
Well, and
on the stream, recorded for posterity,
right.
And
I was
sometimes
stuck.
you're the other guy.
Yeah, and I was stuck in that game, and so it was just like, ugh. So
I've had a
bad.
benefit of a couple of those good moments being caught on stream, so that's.
Well, let's see here.
I tend to mess it up on the non-streamed tables.
Well, we're back to the old Texas heads up here, 5 ways to the flop. Lonnie gets a little bit of it, but he doesn't know he's way behind. The 10-7 is way ahead.
There we go.
And now JJ's just crushing it. He's got the whole world here, top pair and a flush draw.
And not much to get paid from.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's not going to get paid here.
I mean, not even a king to pull along.
Yeah, no king out there. Nobody's going to do anything. He makes an appropriate size bet. Oh, well, then again, we could be completely wrong here. Yeah, that's going to do it.
I would certainly hope so.
Yeah, well played, JJ.
1/3 pot, yeah.
Yep, get some back. Good for you. Got a second here. We'll take a look at some stats again, see where we're at. Oh, so those top two have been staying the same. Top three have been staying the same here most of the evening.
Yeah, Ricky's been up at the top of that as Brandon's numbers have come back down to reality. But like I said, I think Brandon was getting the cards. Ricky, I think his play has been reminiscent of that. He's definitely getting involved in a lot of pots pre-flop.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We'll take a look at some other things here in a second when we get another chance. Show you some interesting numbers. Now, as Monty, he calls with his... Oh, he folded his deuces there. Okay. And what's Ski going to do? Ski's going to come along here.
So I got to tell you, I glanced over at the stats. And were you planning on bringing up PFR next?
Yeah. I want to talk about these.
I am not surprised at all.
These two.
At the people that have the VPIP and PFR closest together as far as percentage.
Yeah, I mean, we'll talk about that here in a second.
I was not surprised.
So, does anybody have anything? Well, we got one ace out here. JJ's got the ace. Ski's got a pair, middle pair here. Or no, bottom pair, I'm sorry. Got some backdoor draws in it. And then, of course, now Chris spikes his 9. I'm not sure what he was doing on the flop, but he's going to bet it.
He has looked like he's come to gamble since he sat down.
Yeah, that's true. He's not been afraid to put some money in here. JJ's not going anywhere. JJ's like, I am going to get unstuck.
Unfortunately, every time he's tried to do this, the guy to his left has had the ace.
That's right. I think Ski's going to let this go. Yeah. That should do it. Chris may try to fire at it again, but oh, man. He's going to get the bad news here. JJ doesn't look happy about it. He's got that look on his face like, well, that sucks, but
what came in?
But, yeah, I mean, you got to just go ahead and call it off here.
This is an interesting scenario. You don't see it play out a ton on here, but I definitely see it coming to play online. The hand like ace-jack on this board, you're already losing, obviously, to ace-queen, ace-king.
Right.
But you've also taken 4 of the lower aces out of the mix because they've 2-paired on you.
Right, that's true.
You start to remove all these combinations of things that you can actually beat.
Right.
And it gets...
So let's...
yeah, what we've got a chance here.
Find somebody...
Brian's shuffling quick, so...
Yeah. So if we take a look
Poker
here...
ski or money.
Yeah. So take a look here, and you look at the VPIPs and the pre-flop raises. So you want, in reality, even though Dylan's playing a lot of hands at 39%, his PFR is pretty low. So that means that he's not raising when he's coming in. So you want those percentages to be pretty close together so that when you are coming into the hands voluntarily, that you're being aggressive with your raises. So that's just telling us that we're not getting that a lot, and we're going to see that a bunch from the folks here, that they are playing a lot of hands, but they're not being real aggressive.
Yeah, you want your PFR to be about
Real-
80% of what your VPIP is.
Yeah,
somewhere around
exactly.
There.
Yeah, exactly. You want those numbers to be real close together.
Now, it's not uncommon in a game like this for people just to kind of see
Yes,
more pots
that's
and for
very
those
true.
numbers to get skewed,
very
especially on a
true.
stream. But that shouldn't be your go-to normal
Right.
game.
Right. And really, your VPIP being that high is a little out of line. Even you know, I know we see it on streams
on a
a lot,
stream.
but it's 20 to 23% is more than enough in a normal circumstance.
So I've got Brandon with the jacks here.
Yeah.
Tail in with the open and straight draw.
I think in this situation, I like his bet. You know, there's a whole lot that can be coming in after you, so you try to get rid of some of those draws. There's just KLM's got the only reasonable draw here, though. JJ's going to get a little ambitious with the sixes here. That's
He's thinking this is a stone cold bluff.
yeah, he sure is.
And it actually pushed out the open and straight draw.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Brandon's not going to be happy about
Ouch.
this. He's going to lose a bundle here.
He worked his way all the way back, and this is going to hurt.
Although
There is a flush on the board as well.
there is a flush on the board.
Maybe
So
he
he's able
calls.
to, yeah, he's folding.
No, I think he called.
Oh, no, he
Yeah.
did call. Wow.
Said call, and
Wow. I thought he was going to lose a little bit more there, but
a little bit of card abuse sniping that down there.
yeah, so we'll take a look here. Take a look at B-Dub since he's playing a lot of hands here. Same kind of thing.
Yeah, you can see
So
how out
you
of whack
see,
that
see how
VPIP.
VPIP versus PFR is just completely out of line. So something to think about as you're playing these games, at home or
I mean,
coming over here and playing. Try to remember to, if you're going to come into the pot, don't limp, don't call. Just play hands that you can raise with.
yeah, the only person, of course, I'm looking at the full board. The only person that actually has their PFR even more than 50% of their VPIP is Chris, but that's because he's only played a handful.
Yeah,
of
he's only
hands.
been here a few minutes, so that doesn't really
Otherwise,
count.
the closest you get is Monty and Poker Ski.
Yeah,
And
Ski's not been here a whole lot. He's not played a lot of hands, but his is a little closer than everybody else's.
they're not getting too crazy with the VPIP.
Right.
Ricky, I'm not surprised to see a 54% VPIP with an 11% pre-flop rage. He has
Seems about right.
he has
yeah.
limped a lot under the gun
Yes, he has.
with all manner of hand here. He's managed to hold on to his stack though.
Yeah, he
That's-
hasn't. He hasn't. He
It's
won
a
that.
dangerous way to play, but
It is.
he's made it work.
So we got a whole lot of nothing here. Unfortunately, Brandon just whiffed this. A little bit of a backdoor draw, but I think he's just going to put money in here, and that'll be that. Yeah. That's enough to show it to everybody.
Yeah, I think he showed one and heard I had one of those, so he
Yeah.
had to show the other. It was like, yeah, you're beat.
All right, so here's a kind of a little off question. We have our live stream table basically in the room with everybody else. So you hear the room, you hear announcements, you hear other things going on in the room, which I think is pretty cool. But now there's another side of it that should you have a dedicated space for your live stream. So what's your thoughts on that as we get into this hand here?
I personally go back and forth on that.
Yeah.
Because there are times where it's distracting.
Right.
I do like every now and then, especially during the big events, I like the fact that we can hit that camera angle and you're seeing the whole room
Yep.
there, and you can see how lively it is and active, and like that's pretty cool. And just when you can hear the room buzzing,
Right.
that low hum
Right.
happening, that's pretty good. But there are other times, where you're bringing in distraction and noise. So it's a fine line to balance.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, it is a fine line. I kind of like having the little bit of background noise in it, but But yeah, when it gets a little wild out there, it is a distraction.
I think, if anything was working against it, it's being next to the tournament desk and the exit to the patio. So
yeah.
you've got two areas that create a lot of lingering
traffic,
and movement.
Yeah. Well, let's see here. Nobody's got much here, but I think this is going to be a bet and take it situation here. Yeah, pretty much. Brandon got a little ambitious with his 6-4 off.
You can't pretend to have ace king every hand.
Right. I suspect that in a higher stake situation, if you were specializing in doing high stakes games, having a separate space would be probably something the players would prefer. But I don't know that for sure.
I also like it too when the higher stakes are playing over here. It's kind of cool for everyone else playing out on the floor to see some of the names and the personalities they recognize.
I agree with you.
Sitting right there playing. So yeah, like
and it's fun to kind of walk by as you're going out to the patio there and look over and see, $10,000 stacks that you don't usually see. It's always fun. Well, Brandon just continuing to get some hands that he feels like he can play, and certainly ace-jack suited is one of those. But he's run into it here with Casey. This is going to get 3-bet and called. Yeah, I think this is going to be I don't see any way possible that Brandon's going to lay down ace-jack suited here. And, of course, JJ's got ace-jack suited. So now he's going to – you know what? Kudos to him. I think he recognizes that in reality, ace-jack in that spot's not good.
Yeah, I just don't think we've seen him lay down in those spots right there.
Now, I think Dylan did fold. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Well, Brandon's got some backdoor action here, but that's about it. Is he going to get out of line here? No, he's not. Yeah, Casey's been playing relatively snug, so I think Brandon recognizes that and can let this go.
Yeah, Casey's VPIP, and he's been here from the beginning. It's 20%.
Right.
With the PFR 6%. So, yeah, I think I'm giving that full respect.
Yep, exactly. I've seen him play some hands, getting a little more balanced here and there at times, but for the most part, he's been pretty tight tonight.
He is on the button here, which helps a little bit because we haven't seen him do any of that from out of position. So if he did that, that'd be alarm bells all over.
Brandon's thinking about it. It's 217.
2 overs, backdoor flush draw.
Right. Yep.
And
he's really.
He knows he's live against most holdings outside of flopped sets.
Right. And does Casey jam with a set here? I don't know. I don't think
highly unlikely, I think. But yeah.
Although his PFR was pretty low, so Brandon.
Oh yeah, he was 1-1, wasn't he?
Yeah. I'm not just PFR, his SPR. I'm sorry.
SPR. I knew what you meant.
Stack to pot ratio.
Yeah, he was about 1-1. So
yeah.
Jam was the only play. Brandon recognizes jam was the only play. Yeah. So that widens the range.
Brandon's like, he sees the hand and knows he's in trouble. Needs an ace or a spade. No, now he needs an ace and an ace only. And that's not going to be there. Yep. And Brandon back down in the hole again, pretty deep.
So we got Brian in the box dealing.
Love Brian.
One of my favorite dealers, or as Doyle Brunson calls him, Brain. I don't know if you've heard that story.
No, but I knew that I knew Brian from Vegas was from Vegas.
Yeah.
That's great.
I believe he had a copy of Super System and went to get it autographed, and it was mistakenly signed to Brain. And he pointed it out, and he's like, "That's your name now."
That's great. I love it.
And for me, it's funny. I got that story out of him because I told him that every time he sits down, I said, "I have no idea why, but Family Guy clip pops in my head."
That's right.
When Peter Griffin is training the dog Brian for the dog shows, and they like, "Here's Peter and his dog Brain," and they're, "Oh, we're off to a swimming start." I was like, I don't know why that runs through my head every time, and that's when he told me the brain story. He said that actually is my name from Doyle Brunson.
That's really great. I love it. Yeah, I've told this story before that when I first got over here and I saw Brian, I kept looking at him thinking, where do I know him from? And I asked him, I said, have you dealt to me? Did you work at another facility? Did you work at so? And he said, no. He said, I'm from Vegas. And he said, I used to deal at the Aria. And I said, well, that's it. I said, you have dealt to me at the Aria. So.
Yeah, I've sat with a couple dealers here and played the game, and they'll make a comment about something, and it kind of gets me to tilt my head and think about it for a moment. And it's like, they're like, yeah, I dealt to you at the series in Vegas. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, that's right. Yep, exactly.
You just, your brain separates the two places, and you don't put it together until someone points it out.
Right. And, Brandon just firing at it with the 6 deuce and gets everybody to fold. So I heard Eddie say they've just got like 5 hands left, so it seems about right. Sneaking up on it here. If I heard him say that right, I may not have heard him say that right.
Oh, there's something in the ear, and here my eyes get irritated. Might be the fan.
Yeah, it might be. Let's turn it away a little bit.
It is warm, too, though.
It is getting a little warm in here, that's for sure.
That's blowing on the mic.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
I got to keep it over there.
Okay. I think Brandon's going to come in here for sure. Here we go with the 5 deuce. Pretty close to 5-3. We'll let it pass. It's an older code, sir, but we'll let it pass.
That's right. Widening your range now.
Oh, Dylan in here with the ace-king. There you go. 3-betting to 75.
I don't know about the Jack-7 offsuit on the button. I mean.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering about that myself. A little ambitious. Jack-3.
And position is powerful, but you have so little that's going to work for you on that.
Yeah. It's pretty ambitious there.
Let's say you smash the flop with 8, 9, 10. You're still already losing the Queen Jack and a whole bunch of other things that can outdraw you.
Now, see, this is where I find this fascinating, in the cutoff here, Chris, with the Jack-3. It is not the Choctaw Nuts. That is Jack Deuce, in case you were wondering.
He is.
And look at this now. He's got some clubs here, or some diamonds.
Queen 9 for Brandon.
Queen 9 for Brandon, just smashing it. He's going to be way ahead. I bet he's going to make this big. Yeah, I knew he would.
Yeah, this puts Chris in a tough spot.
Yep.
Yeah,
he's just gonna ship it all in there.
I was thinking Chris wants to come along here.
I don't. I think
but
once you. Yeah,
price,
given his
tough.
stack sizes, he's got to. And Brandon recognizes that. Brandon knows that that's what's going on. And that's why he bet that big, is because he knew that he was going to go all in or fold.
And now, dealing with ace-king.
He's got he folded the ace. Yeah, it looks like he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just hadn't caught up yet.
Yeah, I was like, you got to let that go there.
Bam, there it is.
Oh. The suck out and the resuck.
Oh, my goodness gracious. That's just not right, as my friend Steve would say.
And was the ace of diamonds on the other hand?
Yeah, the ace of diamonds, Dylan folded the ace of diamonds.
Yeah. So had it not gotten all in at that point, it was getting all in later.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Well, Brandon, a little bit.
Yeah, let's take a look at the chip stacks.
Yeah, let's take a look here. Let's take a look here where we're at now. See who's winning, who's losing.
A quick glance here.
Yeah, Brandon's still down, but not nearly as bad as he was.
Considering where he was, that's great.
Yeah, that's
no
pretty
huge winners.
Yeah. Our huge winner left earlier.
Yeah, James.
Yeah, he had a monster night tonight. Good for him.
Yeah, he caught some prime situations.
Yeah, he got some great spots and made some good calls and did real well there.
We honestly have not seen a whole lot of those stack 'em kind of situations, but he managed to get 2 of them and capitalize.
Yeah, he did. He played really well. Like I said, I've played with him before, so I knew he was pretty solid. JJ with the Queen 10 suited from the cutoff. I think that's a raising spot there, frankly.
What is that game?
You just don't want to play this Queen 10 multi-way, you know.
No,
You've got yourself in a good spot, so go ahead and raise that so you can get some people out of it.
He did have a cut off there. He did have some position there.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, that's what I mean. Well, once again, Brandon being aggressive, trying to get this thing done.
Yeah, the action I saw on the screen doesn't match what I'm seeing on the readout. That's why I'm looking a little confused.
This might just go check, check, check. Yeah. Yep, Dylan's going to get there with the 9.
Who all do we have in the chat from outside of Texas?
Yeah, if you're not from Texas, or at least outside of the DFW area, let us know in the chat.
It's easier on the phone.
We had C&J from New York. He's been with us a few times. We had somebody from Montreal in tonight. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ricky in here with the King Queen, but he just calls. I think maybe he's hoping somebody will raise and maybe he can do something. I mean, I think that's the only reason you'd flat there with limp with King Queen under the gun.
Massachusetts, Michigan,
Nice, nice.
Arizona.
Yeah. TLS has been with us a bunch. Well, thank you all so much for joining us tonight. Do appreciate it. Trying to bring you guys games that everybody's familiar with, everybody's comfortable with. Everybody can relate to these stakes. It's a game we all play normally. And it hasn't gotten too out of line tonight. But there's been plenty of action. And I think this is just going to go, yep. Bet call and nothing you can do there.
No.
Another Canadian. Wonderful. Thank you, Angelo. Appreciate that.
2 out of Massachusetts.
Yeah. Frank, when you coming down? We call a poker player without a girlfriend homeless.
Yep.
Yeah. Frank, when you coming down here to Dallas? Got to get you down here. I know you've been hanging around for a long time, so we got to get you down here.
Yeah, come down, hit a meetup game, catch the Monday night stream
Yeah,
the next
absolutely.
day.
Come down, hit all that. Yeah,
Fill 2 days of fame.
that's right. Stick around till Wednesday and play Katie's game.
Ooh. Always a good move.
I end up getting stuck on Wednesdays with work-related things. So rare that I have a Wednesday night off. It's really a bummer.
I used to really only play heavily every other week, but I've been making the drive out on Wednesdays.
Yeah, I wish I could. I just it's too often I get stuck.
You do pay for it the next day when you make a deep run.
Yeah, yeah, especially nowadays.
I do have a normal job,
Yeah,
and
that's right.
when it ends at 1 or 2, and then you add on to that you're hungry by then, you got to eat, and you're wired.
It's brutal.
It's tough. But you don't mind, because if you've done that, you've
That's right.
stuffed a little cash in your pocket.
Put a little money in the pocket. That's right. I don't even think they started streaming last week till like almost 1 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it used to finish around midnight. Then it got to where it started streaming in there. It just keeps going later and later. But you know what? That has not deterred anyone.
That's true. It's still getting 230, 240 people at it. Well, there comes the jack, and he's got the ace. Got to feel pretty good about it.
Throw an ace on the river.
Dylan,
It'd be nasty, but.
Dylan might fire at it here. No, it goes check, check. Oh boy, that's just not right.
Oh, JJ's got the jack with the nut flush blocker.
Yep.
Dylan is
Raise,
definitely going to get some of this. Yeah.
Yep. Good hand, guys. Not much you can do there.
The rivers have gotten a little vicious here. In the
They
last
have
bit.
been.
There's throwing chips at Brian now. I'm not sure what that says about you when they're just throwing money at you.
Well, you know, I guess it's better than throwing little green pickles at you or something.
That's right. Interesting, that's where your mind went first, but okay.
Another movie reference. Let's see how many people get that movie reference.
Oh, man.
Throwing little green pickles. That'll be a good one. We'll find out if any of the nerds are in here or not in our chat tonight.
You gonna poker chat, nerds?
Yeah, we'll find out here in a minute. If anybody knows that movie reference. It's one of my goofy movies that I just can't help but love and enjoy.
There's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes you need that kind of movie.
Unfortunately, that's most of my movie watching. Well, let's see what's going on here. We got poker ski with the top pair. Checks it back. That's interesting. I bet he fires at it now. Yep.
It's always a weird spot, out of position 4 ways.
It is tough because you just don't know what, because any random six could be there, even though it's unlikely. You still could have a
And you run into
six.
the random raise that that's just trying to push you off.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
You've
So
got
that's
no
reasonable.
idea.
Yeah, reasonable there to go ahead and check that and then bet the turn.
I think that's been phrased before as pick one, either bet the flop, check the turn, or check the flop, bet the turn.
Right. Yeah. That's kind of a standard thing for a lot of folks. I do it too.
You definitely don't want to do it the same way every time. That gives too much information. But
So we haven't had any guesses on the Little Green Pickles reference. I'm going to give you guys another minute. Throwing little green pickles at you. That's the reference. Oh boy. Here comes Brandon with the dirty diaper. Let's go. He's going to come along. Yeah, he's going to come along with the Jack 10 for sure.
Actually, with everything that had shown before him, I wouldn't have been surprised if he'd bumped him there.
I mean, no, I think you're exactly right. Well, Chris just gets the best of it there, 6-7. That's going to be pretty strong here.
And Ricky's going to feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, Ricky's going to feel real good about his king here. Can't believe that his king jack is going to be too far behind here.
And Chris just flat called there.
Oh no.
Nasty.
That's all Najad would say. Oh boy.
And the incentive is to get some money in here with the double flush draw working.
Oh yeah.
They don't really want to slow play this turn at all.
Both of them want to put money in this pot for sure. And by the way, Jacob is our winner for the guess of the correct movie.
Oh yeah. Val Kilmer classic.
Val Kilmer, yes. That's exactly right. He has a scene where he says, "A dream where 1,000 women were throwing little green pickles at me."
Been a long time since I've seen that movie, man. Long time since I've seen that one.
Bet, call, yeah. That's just nothing you can do about it. Just going to lose your money there. Nothing you can do.
He's like, why did I flat call on the flop?
Yeah.
Not that I think he could have done much about
I
it.
don't think he could have. No, he didn't. Nobody played that incorrectly. It's just one of those cooler spots.
And Ricky's not getting away from a top pair.
No. Just unfortunate there. Just kind of run into it here a couple of times, unfortunately. Yeah, that's right. Uncle Rico was in that movie, too. You were correct, Jacob. He was. He played Laszlo, as I recall, was his name.
I might have to pull that one out for a rewatch.
It's just so fun. Incredibly goofy, but so fun.
Oh, yeah. I do remember that.
My wife loves the goofy disaster movie things. You know, like the really cheesy ones, you know, Earthquake 10.5 and the
Completely over the
ice
top,
tornado.
no way.
And, yeah, you know, just those really goofy ones that Sci-Fi Channel plays all the time, you know. They're just hilarious. And we just sit and cackle about them. It's so funny. Yeah, Poker Ski, I think it's a good squeeze spot here, Poker Ski. There you go. Good job. Unfortunately, he's probably going to get at least one call out of this.
Oh.
And Chris has got the
Chris got
nines.
nines.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
he's only got $120. That's very reasonable.
He's already
here.
winning. He's got the nines. He's got the Dallas Stars hat on.
Yeah, he's, you know.
And his name is Chris. I mean, I relate to this guy
Yeah.
right here. I'm a huge Stars fan.
Well, there you go.
Season ticket holder for a long time, and son played hockey. So
Yeah. My wife and I, since we get to this here, yeah, he's going to call. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Wasn't enough money for him to fold.
yeah,
We won it once or twice. One time. One time,
Pokerski's
Brian
probably
chose.
glad to see he has two overs in this situation.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Oh. And he misses all of them.
Wow.
Nines hold.
Yep. Wow. Good job, Chris. I mean, again, it kind of plays itself. Not a whole lot that can happen there.
2 hands in a row played themselves.
Yeah. Yeah.
Doesn't make it sting any less when you look at it and go, yeah, but I lost a lot more than I just won.
Yeah, exactly. My wife and I, we like to go to the Allen Americans hockey games.
Yeah, those are a lot of fun.
Those are so fun.
I actually got a friend of the family that's on the team now.
Oh,
I
wow.
see the name on the stream.
Yeah, but that's great. I'm telling you, if you are just the most slight casual fan of hockey or even sports in general, even if you're just a tiny bit of a fan of sports, take a few dollars, take the family up to Allen and watch the Allen Americans hockey team. I promise your whole family will have a great time, even if you don't know much about hockey.
Yeah.
It's just
There's
so
not a bad
fun.
seat in the house.
There's not a bad seat in there.
You're close to the game. You feel it.
Yep.
You can
It
feel
is
the cold
just-
off the ice. Sometimes you can smell the sweat off the ice.
It's just
But you definitely feel the
So
speed.
fun.
There's a vibe. I tell you what, I was actually there when they won 4 Kelly Cups in a row.
oh yeah, that's
I
right.
was there on that 4th one.
Oh, wow.
On the clinching game.
Oh wow.
And that was hyped up. And I've been to Stanley Cup games.
Oh, wow.
And,
Yeah,
and,
nice.
And did the whole thing with the Stars of '99. And I tell you what, that was about as pumped up a place as I've ever been in.
I am sure.
They did a video in the second intermission coming out the third. That was just one of the best hype videos I'd ever seen in my life. I was just.
We're gonna have some
I've only
action
been like
here.
2 or 3 of their games ever, and I was so wired.
Oh yeah. Well,
They do a great job up there.
let's get into this. We've got
2 flush draws.
top pair, flush
Open-ender.
draws, open enders. Oh yeah, this is gonna be. We're gonna see some action here.
And you're almost wondering what Ace King is doing in this mess.
Yeah. JJ's looking at his hand, going, "I'm gonna fold." Look at that. Yeah, he does. Absolutely. What are you gonna do?
Something's not right.
Something is not right. Monty's looking at this going, I got a flush draw and I got some back doors. I got a pair. I mean, what am I going to do?
He's not loving it.
He's not loving it, but
he
he's
also
going
knows
to
he can't get
call.
away. Yeah.
There's no way you can fold here. I got a pair. I got a straight draw. I got a flush draw. What am I going to do? Oh, my goodness gracious.
I think the tournament
What a
player just
fold.
came out.
What a fold. That was brilliant. I'd have lost money there.
I think the tournament player just came out right there.
That was amazing.
He sensed that spot. He's like, "It's not good." And the open ender got there.
Yeah, Ricky gets there.
Wow.
And Poker Ski has no idea that he's in deep trouble, and Brandon put it in. Ski calls, and of course Ricky's calling. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, there we go.
go,
Here's our monster pot for the night.
And
Oh man. He turned it. Wow. Ricky wins a monstrous pot. $1,700 in a 1-2 game, you guys. $1,700. Almost $1,800.
he's been mixing it up all night, and he caught it.
He
at the
finally
right
got
time.
there. Finally got one. Wow. What a hand.
Up and down. Again, 6-11. Turn straight. Look at that.
Wow. I think Poker Ski checked out with that. I think he just came
I
to
think,
fire one
I
bullet.
think, I think
Yeah.
he fired his bullet and he's done. Oh, man.
It's a weeknight.
Yeah.
You know,
Some nights are like that. Wow. What a hand.
I don't think they'll bother filling that at this time.
Yeah, we're almost
pretty-
done. We're almost, I think we've only got another few more hands. And let's take a look here.
There you go. Just said five
5
hands.
hands, yeah.
So, yeah.
Let's take a look here. Ricky's just running over it now with that huge win right there. Dylan's still up a bundle. Monty up a good bit.
He just proved everything we've been saying about VPIP and PFR.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
He's gone counter to that all night long.
Yeah, he did.
And he's,
Yeah.
he and James, who left earlier, are big winners for the night,
Yeah.
barring something really miraculous in this next
Yeah,
five hands.
yeah. Look at that. His VPIP's 53%, PFR's 10%, and now he's our biggest winner. So, what do we know about any of this stuff, right?
It's always good to catch cards. I know that.
Sometimes it just it just happens. Yeah, Cup will get all the final cumulative winnings here when we're done. We're pretty close here. Only got about 5 minutes left, or 5 more hands left. So something still can happen. We still can have a big one here at the end, but that was the big one.
Now Ricky picked up my hand.
Pocket nines. Ricky about to run over another one here. Dylan with the ducks. He raises under the gun with the ducks. I think that's fine. Yeah, and JJ's going to come along here. He might raise here. No, he did not. Okay. Nobody's got a jack, so that's good. Graphics are catching up here, but we saw it on the flop cam. There it is.
Yeah, we've had a fairly calm night, but we've had some
Had a hand,
some
just a
interesting
few-
ones here in
yeah.
this last hour and a half.
And there's been a few hands that have just been pretty good big ones, just bang, bang.
This just is not working for anyone.
No, I don't think anybody's happy about
But I
this.
think the jack pairing up makes me feel pretty good with the
Yeah,
nines.
if I'm the nines, I got to feel reasonable here if I'm Reiki. Yeah,
But he didn't bet it.
no, he didn't. It's just, I think
Yeah.
it's just check all the way down, yeah. Oh, yeah,
Brandon
Brandon caught the 10 at the
He
end.
absolutely needed to. He had the 4 already, but he improved. But I think, the nines have got a bet there on the turn for sure. So I have all these chips in front of me. I want to keep them there.
Right. Yeah, I agree. Especially knowing that the stream's almost over. He's not going to do anything too crazy. But some of these folks that are stuck a little bit may get out of line here in a hurry.
That little voice in the back of your head is like, don't hit and run. That's rude. Don't hit and run. And then someone walks in and says, 5 more hands. You're like, yes.
That's right.
No one's going to blame me
That's
when I
right.
leave.
Nobody's going to say a doggone word. That's right. I'll just walk right out of here.
What a gift.
Oh, KLM's finally got something he can play with. Queen Jack spades. I like that.
Yeah.
Under the gun.
We've got a lot of hands that kind of overlap and intersect with each other
Oh,
here.
yeah. We're gonna see some.
Hopefully we
some
get a
money.
live
Can I
flop.
see- I think Chris might put in a raise here. I wouldn't blame him if I was him. I would.
Oh, yeah. Cut off face queen suited. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You got to thin this build up.
$50 or so. Is that what he did? Yeah, I bet 50. Yeah, that's what
I
I
would have gone more just because more people had
Yeah,
called
that's true.
already.
Yeah, I think I'd have gone a little bit more.
I
65,
think I would have.
70.
I might have even gone 75 there, yeah.
Yeah. That's fine.
I mean, because as soon as one person calls you,
You're gonna get
it
a
becomes
bunch of-
auto calls for
Yeah,
the
it's
rest.
just so crazy.
It's got to really distance.
You know, KLM being very disciplined there to lay that down. He knows he's out of position against Chris, who's been all over, who's been super aggressive.
with an
So I
easily
think it's really-
dominated hand.
Yeah. And of course, he would have, done real well here, except for the fact that Chris just gets there with everything. So, and oh no, Brandon.
Trying to protect against the flush, and he's already dead
Yeah.
against.
Well, it's so hard to flop a flush, so I can't say that I blame him, but still, that's just painful. And Chris says, yeah, I got it. Yep. And that's going to do it. Well,
Well, Chris recovered from that pot gone wrong.
That pot gone wrong is Chris is doing okay here. He's still down a little bit, but that's
I
going to
don't
help a
think
lot.
I don't think the stats have kicked in for what he just won here, but oh yeah, he's just very close to break even there.
Let's see here.
Let's see what. Yeah, let it update. Maybe we can look at it after it's pushed over.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's still down. That's right, because he got felted twice, or almost felted twice. Actually, he did get felted twice, right? So he's still down some. Yeah,
That is up.
yeah, he did.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, he was a little gambling when he first sat down.
but he's a little healthier now.
Yeah.
Poor Brandon's just been buried here.
What an
tonight.
up and down night he's had. He was way down.
He's way down.
Came
Got
most
way
of the way
back.
back.
Yeah. Ran into a couple of cooler spots there.
He's back where he was.
Yep.
Or actually further.
Further down. Yeah.
And he's got a playable hand here. Ace-10 suited under the gun. He just limped.
He's hoping somebody.
I
do
think,
something.
yeah, I think he's hoping to 3-bet jam.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right.
I'm not sure he's going to get the chance. Well, he might hear Dylan.
Oh, here it comes.
And he's got to like that because it got that far around the table before that.
Right.
He's got to feel pretty good. He just flat called there.
We got 3s and 5s. And Brandon with the ace. This could get a little dicey here.
I even incentivized all these calls.
Yeah.
Chris really, you're getting a price, but you're never good there.
No.
And even
not
if you
the
hit
king
your
10.
hand, you're not good.
Yeah, the king 10's got to. That's going to feel really ugly.
You catch a 10, you don't like it. You catch a king, you're not sure. You got no flush draws working.
Right.
It's
He was hoping for ace, queen, jack. Well, there you go. He gets a little bit of it. But Brandon's got the best of it. And he's just going to stick it in here.
JJ's got a flush draw with the middle pair.
Yeah. But Brandon's, that's perfectly acceptable in that situation. There's 120 in the pot. He only had 180 behind.
Yeah,
So,
JJ's going to stay in here.
yeah. Not surprised.
Threes out of the way.
And the 3s and 5s go away. Yeah. Oh, wow. Makes the straight. Well, good for you, Brandon.
50-50 dodging flushes.
Yeah. Wow. Again, I can't say that I blame either one. I mean,
No,
gotta,
absolutely.
that's exactly the way you got to play those hands there in that situation.
His stack dictated the play.
Right.
I was actually surprised he didn't take the 3-bet opportunity there pre-flop.
So we're getting down to our last few hands. Again, thank you guys so much for sticking with us. Really appreciate it. We'll take a look at some of these VPIPs again. Brandon back up to 56%. Ricky still 55%. He's still way up there. Monty 40s. Chris is relatively new to the table overall, so that number's a little off. Dylan's been up there at 40% most of the night.
Casey was definitely the
Casey
player
has
throughout the night.
been
He was there from the beginning.
Casey's been down there most of the evening, and but the reality of it is that Casey has played the way you should be playing,
And he's
and
positive,
and he's in the positive. He hasn't won a lot, but he's winning, and considering that the situation, that's a good thing. I'd rather win a little than lose a lot. That's for sure.
Definitely beats the alternative.
You know, and frankly, Ricky with that one huge hand there
It just tilted everything.
just made all the numbers get out of whack.
All right.
Well, Casey could win another one here.
Ricky caught a jack also, so this
Yeah,
is,
there's going to be a little money put into this for sure. Dylan may come along too. Yeah, I think he's going to. Yeah, $20. He's definitely going to come along.
Now this could create.
All right, Brandon, don't do
Interesting spot
something goofy.
here.
Oh, I think that's a bad. I think that's.
Yeah, you don't need to come along there.
You're out of position. You've
I'm curious
got
to
back
see-
doors, and that's all.
Well, Casey just picked up more equity. I was curious to see what Casey would do here with the calls and the call behind.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's been tight pre-flop.
Well, he's got to feel
And
pretty
he had
good
top
now.
pair, but it
Yeah.
felt great. And then
Yeah, he's got to feel good about it now with the,
now that he's
the
behind.
flush draw. But even though he's behind,
Yeah.
and of course Dylan just picked up the whole world there. And Ricky makes 2 pair on the end. Of course, now all the straight draws get there, so you can't feel, you got to feel a little squirrely about it if you're, yeah.
This just
It's
kind of
check
started
first.
okay and got worse and worse.
Yeah, nobody's liking it, but the river strikes again. All right, so let's take a look here. Our wins. Who's winning? Who's losing? Ricky's still way up here. Monty's got a nice win. Dylan's got a nice win. Casey with a little one. Everybody else is stuck.
Monty's been nice and steady through the night,
Yeah, he has. He's been really
progressing,
steady.
and it hasn't been without making some moves and plays.
Yeah, he's made some moves.
He's picked some spots they haven't all worked,
Right.
but he's definitely mixed it up a little bit and found a winning strategy for this table.
Right.
Uh-oh.
KLM on the button with the queens.
Yeah, and Dylan got king
And
queen.
Dayton-
So
oh, yeah, this is going to be some fireworks for sure. Especially with the stack sizes. I imagine that this will get really ugly in a hurry.
Oh, yeah,
Now,
KLM's
can Dylan pay attention to the stack sizes this time and just ship it in here? Because, it would not
yeah,
be.
he's missed that cue a couple
He's
times.
missed it a few times. But this would be a spot to just go ahead and stick it in there. And he does not.
And in this case, the guy's lure is sitting right there next to you. You can look over and go,
Yeah.
well, he's already committed himself to the
Right,
pot.
he's committed, so just go ahead and put it in there. And I mean, maybe that's not the best play, but I don't know. I think, yeah, he's playing a little safe. But now-
calling is the worst option there. You've got fold, you've got come over the top. But when you call, we all know that you catch the flop about 1 in 3 times.
Right. So you want to see all 5 cards.
So you're basically saying I'm hinging it all on 1 in 3.
Right. Right.
And I'm paying this price to do it.
And I think in that situation, again, it's you want to go ahead and see all 5 cards, so go ahead and stick it in there. Mm-hmm. And he still might. He's got 2 overs with some backdoor draws. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's going to fold.
But-
That's the smart thing.
KLM's had a
Yeah.
reasonably low VPIP on the table, and then that was
Right.
pure aggression.
Yep. So we're just about there. We've only got a couple more hands here. Call it a night. Well, at least Brandon got a little bit back there with that one hand, so that's kind of nice. If he were to double up again, he wouldn't have a terrible night here, and he can still double up here in these last couple of hands. Catch some cards right here.
Yeah, it has not gone well for the poker house staff.
That's right.
Tonight.
Yeah, Matt got
felted. Chris is down. Brandon's down.
Yeah, it's been rough here. So. Well, I got some draws here happening. Ricky's got a lot of draws happening. Casey's got the top pair here. Ricky's going to go for it with his draw.
Not the first time we've seen 6-4 offsuit play.
Casey folds. And he gets the $4. Oh,
not the first time we've seen 6-4 offsuit win tonight.
That's right. It's not. They might do a flip here at the end. I don't know. Sometimes they do. I think they might do a flip here. Let's see.
Hey, before you move all those chips, you want to keep playing?
Right. Everybody's like, okay,
we're hungry.
We're hungry. We're gonna get food. We're gonna do a flip here.
I can understand that.
$20 flip looks like. Yeah. So $20 flip to end things out. We'll see what happens.
That's a good size flip on a 1-2 table.
Yeah, that's a really good size flip for a 1-2 table. Make it 75.
Oh,
wow.
Okay,
so they're going to do a PLO flip here. Everybody's putting in $20 pre-flop.
Everybody's getting 6 cards.
With the way my luck's been going, we're going to do 4 cards.
4 cards, 1 board, PLO.
We do high-low while we're at it.
I don't think you're supposed to be negotiating as the cards are being dealt.
Oh, I got yours.
That's me.
I like to know what I'm in for.
Oh, I had a flash. Oh, I got a flash.
We didn't
So
get
I don't know that our
anything
graphics
scanned, so
are going to.
yeah.
I don't know that our graphics are going to catch up here, so we may have to just kind of watch and see who wins this one. But as we do,
We got the old, you need 2 cards for the flush.
yeah. Right now, Casey looks like Casey's ahead.
Oh, they're doing the they're doing the sweat version of this.
I need a 4. How long is that 3? I need a 4. 3. Queen. Oh, choke me.
All right. Oh, JJ made a full house. Wow. There you go. Wish we could see that one, but we can't. No, it's okay. So as we get things wrapped up here, the final bit of win, add another $240 to JJ's stack. Looks like that gets him unstuck.
Nice.
So good for him. Yeah, you just heard him say I'm 100 ahead now.
Good time.
So good for him. So we had a great night here. Ricky just running over it there with the last hand, and several other good ones along the way. And with a 55% VPIP, Ricky does pretty well. That's pretty amazing. That was pretty awesome.
It shows you what a big pot can do for you, man.
That's right. That's exactly right.
It can make and break your entire night.
That's very, very true. Let's pull it back in here with myself and Chris. Chris, it's been a lot of fun tonight. Hope you've had a good time.
It has.
It's been a really good stream. I really enjoyed it tonight. It's a good game.
Yeah.
Lots and lots of action and some massive pots in there too. So, again, thank you guys all so much for joining us tonight. Tomorrow, if you're in town, we got the Crazy Pineapple tournament running here.
Very crazy.
And then Wednesday, we will be back for Katie's game, and they will stream that final table. Thursday is
Deep Stack
Thursday. And then Friday we'll have have another tournament Friday, but Friday we'll have the big cash game, usually 5, 10, 25. So come on out. And thank you guys so much again for joining us tonight.
Do you want
Sure
to
do
give
appreciate it.
last batch of points? Or
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Let's see here. Just one real quick here. As we head out, I'll hit the points one last time.
people who stayed to the end.
Stay to the end. Everybody gets an extra couple thousand.
All right. I like it.
All right. Good night, everybody. Y'all have a great evening, and we will see you all real soon.
Good
Thanks
night.
a lot. Bye-bye.